Good morning, Commissioner.
Morning. Good morning, Council. Mr. Ferguson.
Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Ferguson. Before we get started, I'd like to open this week of hearings by acknowledging that the City of Hamilton is situated upon the traditional territories of the Erie, Neutral, Huron-Wendat, Haudenosaunee, and Mississaugas. This land is covered by the Dish with One Spoon Wampum Belt Covenant, which is an agreement between the Haudenosaunee and the Anishinaabe to share and care for the resources around the Great Lakes. We further acknowledge that the land on which Hamilton sits is covered by the Between the Lakes Purchase 1792 between the Crown and the Mississaugas of the Credit First Nation. Many council appearing today at this hearing are in Toronto, which is on the traditional land of the Huron-Wendat, the Seneca, and most recently, the Mississaugas of the Credit River. Today, this meeting place is still home to many Indigenous peoples from across Turtle Island, and I am grateful for the opportunity to work on this land. Thank you. Turning now to our witness today, Mr. Ferguson. I don't believe he's been sworn yet.
Ferguson, would you raise your right hand, please? Do you solemnly affirm the evidence you're about to give today in this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner, may I proceed?
Yes, please proceed.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Ferguson.
Good morning.
Good morning. I'm going to start with some questions about your professional background. I understand that you're a graduate of Mohawk College Transportation Engineering Technology program. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you are a certified engineering technologist through the Ontario Association of Certified Engineering Technicians and Technologists?
Yes.
Am I correct that prior to working at the City of Hamilton, you worked as a manager of traffic and bylaws with the City of Welland?
That's correct.
And also with the City of Toronto and the City of Brampton as a traffic technologist?
Correct.
You joined the City of Hamilton in August 2013, is that right?
Yes.
And what was your role at that time?
I was hired as a superintendent of traffic engineering.
Describe that role, please.
Yeah, we were responsible for the community traffic group. So they dealt primarily with reviewing safety operational concerns around local traffic, such as always stop requests, speed concerns, safety concerns. We were also responsible for traffic signals. So the operation of signals, signal timings, new installations. We were also responsible for the traffic engineering side, which was the design of traffic signals and pavement markings.
Thank you. Who did you report to in that role?
My direct report was Mr. White, manager of traffic.
That's Martin White?
Yes.
And at the time, Mr. White reported to Jeff Lupton. Is that right, when you first started?
Correct.
And after Mr. Lupton retired, who did Mr. White report to? Mr. Mader.
Yes, it was Mr. Mader. Thank you.
You're welcome. And before Mr. Lupton retired, did Mr. Lupton report to Mr. Mader?
That's correct. Yes.
Okay. And am I correct that Betty Matthews Malone took over Mr. Mader's position as Mr. White's direct report?
Correct.
In your role as superintendent, who reported to you?
Who reported to me at that time? It was project managers. We had Ron Gallo. We had Stephen Cooper, Sue Russell, and Rob DeClaire.
Those were all project managers. At some point during your tenure, did the city also add a senior project manager role?
Yes,
And that role was filled by Jason Warren?
correct.
What was Mr. Warren's role?
He was a senior project manager, so he oversaw the community traffic group.
So he oversaw the project managers that you just named?
Yeah, he would have overseen Stephen Cooper and Sue Russell.
Why was Mr. Warren's role of senior project manager added to your team?
We had a large group, a considerable amount of work, and it aligned with the hiring of Rob DeClaire. So Mr. DeClaire dealt with the signal side of operations, and Mr. Warren was going to deal with the traffic technical side of operations.
I understand in 2019 you switched roles at the city. Is that right?
Around that time, yes.
What was your new role?
Superintendent of roadway safety.
Can you describe that role in contrast to the superintendent, your first superintendent role?
So this was allowing us to just focus on the community traffic roadway safety works.
In that role, was Mr. Leclerc and the sign group still under your responsibility?
No, the signals group was separated.
Who did you report to while in the role of superintendent roadway safety?
Started with Mr. White and then Mike Fields.
And who did they report to?
Edward Solo.
When did you leave your position as superintendent roadway safety?
When did I leave?
Mm-hmm.
July 21.
July 2021?
Yes.
And what is your current role?
Manager of traffic services.
In which municipality?
City of Brantford.
Thank you. I have some questions about the city's roster program. I understand for a time you're a roster captain, is that right?
That's correct.
Can you describe how the City of Hamilton's roster of consultants worked in terms of work distribution to them?
So a request would be made to the roster captain by various staff for works to be done, and the roster captain would assign a consultant to that group.
The assignment by the roster captain of a consultant, was that based on specific industry areas or expertise?
It would be based on a number of things. It would obviously take into consideration expertise. We also try to distribute the work through various consultants, as well as previous experience.
Am I correct? There were a number of roster captains responsible for different rosters of specialized consultants?
Yes, there was different roster captains in different areas, departments.
Okay, I'm going to turn now to some questions about the Red Hill Valley Parkway Safety Review in 2013, which I'm going to refer to as the 2013 SEMA report. You started at the city in August 2013, and this project was already underway. Is that right?
Correct.
Who was the project manager for the city for this project?
That would have been Stephen Cooper.
Ron Gallo is also identified as someone on the team. What was his role to your knowledge?
So he was a senior PM. He filled sort of that leadership role until the position that I received was filled.
Did Ron have a traffic safety background?
He had a traffic background, yes.
Did he have a particular focus or expertise within traffic safety?
Ron was primarily focused on the signals side. That was more his forte, and the design of pavement markings and traffic signals.
Okay. Just so I understand, we've talked about signs and signals. Can you tell me what the difference is between those two things?
Sorry, signs?
Signs and signals. You said Mr. Ron was primarily focused on the signal side, pardon me, the signal side. What is the signal side as compared to signs or markings?
So signals is the actual operation of traffic signals, signal timings, reviewing corridors, level of service, coordination with signals. So it's the physical operation of the signals. Signs and markings and traffic signals design is the physical design, developing the pavement marking designs, the technical drawings for signal installations, where poles are going, where signal heads are, etc.
Thank you. Mr. Field, Mike Field was also a part of the internal city team for this project. In 2013, what role did Mr. Field play in this project, to your knowledge?
I believe his title was project manager, streetlight.
What expertise did he have, if any, around lighting, to your knowledge?
As far as I was aware, he was trained and specialized in street lighting, electrical.
Thank you. The last person on the team, according to the documents, was Gary Kirchnoff. What was his role in this project, to your knowledge?
I don't recall Gary's interactions with that project.
Okay. And what do you recall about his role within the city more generally?
I believe he was the manager, but I'm not sure exactly what his title was.
Okay. Did he work within traffic safety, or was he in another area of public works?
Yeah, no, he was in the engineering department.
And what about Mr. Field? Was he in the engineering department, or was he in the traffic safety department?
They were in engineering.
Thank you. Mr. Ferguson, we're going to be spending some time today within the inquiry's code review documents. The registrar is going to bring those documents up on the screen. Registrar, if you can bring up chapter 6, page 44, paragraph 104, please. Thank you, Mr. Ferguson. How is your screen share? Can you see both sides of the image?
Yes.
And how is the font? Big enough?
That's good.
Great. Thank you. The registrar will occasionally call out things to make them a little bit bigger for us and to highlight them. So you said earlier that you started in August of 2013. On August 22nd, Traffic Engineering Services had a meeting, and I believe that you were there. There's a reference to DF. Is this one of the first meetings that you had in your new position?
Yes, with the traffic team, yes.
The notes of this meeting include a number of different things going on within Traffic Engineering Services, but one of them was the Red Hill Valley Safety Review. You see at the bottom there, it's excerpted. Comments have been provided to the consultant. Revision expected by end of week for final review. Once completed, will be presented to council. Do you recall being briefed on the status of a Red Hill Valley Safety Review project at this meeting?
No, I don't.
Registrar, you can close that call out. Thank you. Whose responsibility was it within Traffic Engineering Services to bring this report to completion?
It was assigned with Mr. Gallo and Mr. Cooper.
And that didn't change despite your addition to the team?
No. They had obviously been involved with the project up to this point, and I had just started with the city, so it would be appropriate to keep it with them as they had the background information.
Did you understand in these very early days of your time at the city that this report was the result of a motion from council, or pardon me, from the PwC?
Not specifically at that time, no.
When you were first briefed, what did you understand the primary focus of this report to be?
My understanding was that it was related around lighting, concerns with lighting, and a review of signage, enhanced signage and any other possible improvements.
Thank you, Registrar. Can you go to page 47, paragraph 111, please? No need to call it out. Thank you. So in August, on August 23rd, Mr. Cooper forwarded a email message from SEMA that included the attachments of the final draft of the SEMA report, and he asked for comments. Registrar, can you close that and open up HAM 41675? This is the attachment to that email that was forwarded to you. Did you review this draft of the SEMA report when you received it from Mr. Ferguson?
When I received it from Mr. Cooper.
Pardon me. Yes, when you received it from Mr. Cooper.
I don't remember specifically, but I would assume that, yes, I did review it.
Okay. It would be your practice to review draft reports that hit your inbox?
Correct.
Registrar, you can close this down. Actually, no, if you could leave it up and, sorry, Registrar, if you can bring up OD 6, page 47, paragraph 113. there was a meeting scheduled with Mr. White, then your boss, you, Mr. Cooper, Mr. Gallo, Mr. Field, and Mr. Kirchhoff, those on the team, to discuss the safety review scheduled for September 4th, 2013. Would it have been your practice to review the report before that meeting?
Yeah, I would say yes.
Thank you, Registrar. If you could open up again, HAM 41675, please. And you can close this document. If you can turn up image 19, please. Apologies, I misspoke. Image 18, please. Thank you. So this is, if you can call out some finding summary, please. So this is from the SEMA draft that Mr. Cooper forwarded to you, and it is a summary of the most notable findings of the collision analysis that SEMA had done. Is it fair to say that you had some experience with collision reviews from your work at other municipalities?
Yes.
So you would have reviewed these this summary carefully?
Yes.
Looking here, there's a number of references to the types of collisions, the proportion of collisions, and the location of collisions. Did these findings cause you to conclude that additional countermeasures would be prudent?
Additional on top of recommendation of the report?
No, from the current status of the roadway.
Yes, based on what's identified in the report, yes.
Thank you. If you can close that call out, please, Registrar. You'll see the bottom half of this page. There's a reference to the safety analysis that SEMA did using the enhanced interchange safety analyst tool. Were you familiar with that tool?
No.
When you reviewed this draft report, did you have any concerns about the methodology that SEMA used?
It was something that was identified, and I mean something that I was aware of, and the report itself sort of identifies it as somewhat of a, I won't say concern, but a flag that there's some discrepancies with using that tool as a prediction model.
Other than those limitations identified by SEMA, did you have any other issues with the methodology or tools used by SEMA?
No, SEMA is a reputable consulting firm, so always supportive of the information they bring forward.
Did you do any review of the underlying data that SEMA was analyzing?
I don't recall.
You didn't go and do any of your own collision review analysis based on internal city information, city data?
Not at this time, no.
Registrar, can you go to image 20, please? Sorry, I misspoke. Can you go to image 25, please? And can you bring up the next image as well, please? Mr. Ferguson, under illumination review at the bottom of image 1 and the top of image 2, and in particular in the track changes that are noted at the bottom, it says illumination of the mainline section of the RHVP was not examined for this study. And then at the top of image 2, this is because the illumination design choices that were made during the design phase were intimately linked to approvals. Did you have any discussion with anyone at the city, either at that briefing meeting we talked about or the September meeting that we just, calendar invitation we just looked at, about the scope of SEMA's review on illumination?
Not that I recall.
What limitations, if any, were you aware of, but the ability to illuminate the main line?
Well, at this point, from reading the document, my understanding was that the direction was to review lighting specifically around the Mud Street ramps. I didn't take it that there was a direction to look at the entire main line or study area.
Did you come to that conclusion based on looking at this report or based on looking at the motion or some from discussions? What was the source of that?
Yeah, I don't recall specifically what it was. I can't remember if there was a reference to it in the beginning of the report or at some point I had received what the actual direction was in terms of the study.
So your understanding was that the direction was to review lighting in a specific part of the study area. Apart from that limitation or that narrowing of scope, were you aware of any other limitations about the ability or the feasibility to illuminate the main line?
It's difficult for me to answer because I wasn't with the city when the scope document was prepared. So I was just going based on what was available with respect to the direction and the focus area. So again, if it's not included within the scope of the project, then of course the consultant wouldn't be looking at it.
The top of image 4 references the illumination design choices that were made during the design phase were intimately linked to approvals. Did you receive any additional information about, we can have that call out if you'd like.
I appreciate that.
Registrar, would you mind calling out the first paragraph, please? There we go, that's a bit bigger.
Thank you.
Did you receive any additional information about the illumination design choices or the approvals that is referenced in that first sentence?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Thank you, Registrar. You can close this. And can you go to image 34, please? No, pardon me, image 42, please. Apologies. Image 40, please. Jumping all over. Thank you. So this is the summary of findings. So we looked at that summary of the notable collision review findings, and then this is the summary, sort of second summary. Going down to the third paragraph from the bottom, it is noteworthy that, Registrar, could you pull that that paragraph out, please? Thank you. And do you recall taking note about the three types of collisions that SEMA had noted compared to the provincial and City of Hamilton averages?
Yes.
And did you also find that these three types of collisions occurring in atypically high proportion compared to provincial and City of Hamilton averages was also noteworthy?
What do you mean by, can I ask just for clarification, what do you mean by noteworthy?
Was it something that you, when you reviewed it, you said, oh, well, this is something I need to keep an eye on?
Yes, I would say yes.
And did it leave with you with the impression that there was potential countermeasures, including those that SEMA had suggested, that should be put in place in order to address these types of collisions in particular?
Correct, yes.
Thank you. Registrar, can you go to image 44, please? And can you call out perform friction testing, that paragraph? The first paragraph of this recommendation is pavement friction plays a vital role in keeping vehicles on the road by enabling drivers to control maneuver the vehicle in a safe manner. As a person with road safety experience, you understood the importance of pavement friction. Is that fair to say?
I would agree.
And you understood its potential correlation to collisions?
Yes.
In the last sentence of this call out, based on the high proportion of wet surface condition and single motor vehicle collisions, the city could consider undertaking friction testing on the asphalt to get a baseline friction coefficient for which to compare to design specifications. Did you know at this point if the city had a system to assess pavement friction on the Red Hill on an ongoing basis?
No.
Do you have any knowledge about whether friction testing had been done before 2013?
No.
In 2013, would you have expected the City of Hamilton to have such a monitoring program?
No.
Why not?
It's not a regular, that through my experience, it's not a regular type of study or assessment that is completed.
I'm going to turn now to image. Actually, before I leave this one, You said it's not a regular type of study or assessment that is completed, and that's based on your experience working for other municipalities.
Correct. I've never been involved in a friction test.
Do you know why it's not something that the municipalities that you worked in had, at least to your knowledge?
No, to be honest with you.
Okay. Registrar, can we go to image 60, please? Actually, we should start it back just a couple. If you can go to 58 first, please. Thank you. So this is a summary of countermeasures, starting with overall countermeasures and then road segment countermeasures, and then, as we just saw a second ago, ramp countermeasures. Do you remember reviewing these potential countermeasures?
Yes.
Do you recall having or taking any issue with any of the potential countermeasures?
No.
Thank you. Registrar, you can close this. So back to that internal meeting that was scheduled for September 4. What do you remember about that meeting, if anything?
Unfortunately, nothing.
Registrar, can you bring up OD page 43, paragraph 98, please? Thank you. So this is an email between Mr. Field and Mr. Cooper. You're not copied on this, but I do want to highlight the third paragraph. Mr. Field says to Mr. Cooper in this email, illumination of the main line has been excluded. This decision is based upon information we provided to SEMA. The exclusion is not well explained. Considering that illumination of the main line is the first request in the council motion to review, I think that there should be far more explanation as to why it was excluded. Was there any discussion at the September 4th meeting, to your recollection, about the exclusion of the illumination of the main line from the study?
I don't recall.
You can close this, Registrar. Did you provide any comments on the draft report that SEMA had sent to Mr. Cooper and then Mr. Cooper had sent to you and others for comment?
I don't recall.
Registrar, can you go to page 48, paragraph 114, please? Thank you. So you sent the day after the scheduled meeting, the internal meeting, you sent a copy of the revised draft report with markups. So we've moved a little ahead in time. There's a new draft to SEMA, pardon me, the draft from SEMA to Councillor Collins. By this point, had you reviewed the motion that led to this project?
I don't recall specifically, but I would say yes.
On whose instruction did you send a copy of the draft report to Councillor Collins?
I don't recall specifically. It would have been a direction of management team.
You're still pretty brand new to the city. Would you have done this on your own initiative?
No.
What was the purpose of sending a copy to Councillor Collins and just referring you to the email you sent? If you'd like to set up a meeting, you've offered a meeting to Councillor Collins. What is the purpose of both of those things?
Well, one was at that time, the process within, I can't remember our name, CASP or CARSP or whatever we were called, was to engage with councillors and specifically discuss with councillors who have either brought forward motions or notices of motions or directions, or were impacted, identified within the ward about a report, to have open communication with those councillors to make them aware of what was coming forward.
Did you have any concerns about providing a draft consultant report to a subset of councillors rather than all councillors?
No, I didn't.
You said that the process at that time was to have that engagement. Did that process change?
No. It was, we would continue pretty much till the time I left to engage councillors on reports and studies.
When you say engage, you mean speak to councillors in advance of coming to the Public Works Committee, for example?
Correct.
At this point, so in September of 2013, was it your intention to provide a copy of the final version of the SEMA report to all of the councillors on the Public Works Committee?
Don't recall specifically.
Again, recognizing you're quite new to the city at this point, had that been your practice in your other roles at other municipalities? That is to give councillors final copies of consultant reports?
We would engage with councillors about upcoming reports. I don't recall specifically providing them with copies of consultant reports.
So this invitation for a meeting to Councillor Collins actually turns into an invitation to a meeting for a broader group of councillors. Registrar, can you close this call out? And you'll see at paragraph 117, you schedule a meeting with Councillors Collins, Jackson, and Councillor Clark. And in fact, if you can go over, Registrar, to the next image. Councillor Clark ended up being ill. You'll see in paragraph 118. Do you remember the meeting with the other two councillors?
No, I don't remember the meeting at all.
You have no recollection of it at all?
No.
Registrar, can you go over to the next image, page 50, please? Thank you. On September 17 and 18, you had an email exchange with Mr. Lupton and Mr. White. So just as a reminder, at this point, Mr. Lupton is Mr. White's boss and Mr. White is your boss. Is that right?
Correct.
And was it generally a hierarchical communication structure that is from you to Mr. White to Mr. Lupton, or was there collaboration amongst the three of you, just generally?
I would say it was primarily Mr. White and I, but I would also say there was a collaboration approach.
Okay. Mr. Lupton is not a traffic safety person, is he?
No, I don't believe he had a background in traffic.
But Mr. White did.
Yes.
Registrar, can you pull out the first paragraph under paragraph 125 where it says Mr. Lupton? Mr. Lupton says, I generally don't like sending counselors thick technical reports, especially in draft that are thoughts and recommendations. They can be open to misinterpretation. And then he says, counselors don't like to read big technical reports. Did you agree with that statement? That last statement?
That they don't like to read large, thick reports?
Yeah.
I would agree with that, yes.
In your experience, would the length of a consultant's report be a factor in whether or not counselors read it?
I mean, it's been my experience that counselors who have an interest will read it, and that others will not.
Okay. If a counselor's, if a consultant's report is attached to a city staff report, it becomes a document that is publicly accessible to citizens. Is that right?
Correct.
And if it's not attached or appended to a staff report, it's not posted on the website with the staff report, for example.
Correct.
And how would a member of the public go about getting a copy of a consultant's report that's not appended to a staff report?
The most common practice is FOI requests.
If a staff report is summarizing a consultant's report and that consultant's report is not attached to the staff report, do you agree that it is important the staff report accurately and completely describe the content of the consultant's report?
Yes.
Registrar, can you close this down? The call out. Thank you. And if you can call out the next paragraph under Mr. Ferguson. So there's a reference to meeting with the counselors and saying that they were very supportive and appreciative. Does that assist you in refreshing your memory about that meeting?
No.
Okay. And you said the report to council will be exactly what you're commenting on. It'll be a summary of findings and the things we will be implementing. And if you can close that down, Registrar, and call out the next bit of the paragraph. Yeah, thank you. The whole plan will be outlined in the report, you said. At this stage, did you understand that this was going to be a implementation that would be rolled out in stages?
Yes, I mean, the consultant report sort of defines timelines, and from an implementation perspective, obviously it takes time to complete works and get works in place. So it would be completed over a staged approach.
You said there was timelines. Do you mean like the reference to short-term, medium-term, long-term possible countermeasures?
Correct.
And of course, things take time to actually roll out. In terms of a stage report, did you understand that there was going to be some countermeasures that were done first and then see if they work and then move to other countermeasures?
Correct, yes.
It's going to be staged in that way?
Correct.
And in particular, illumination was going to be something that would be deferred until other countermeasures were implemented and assessed?
Correct.
Thank you, Registrar. You can close this down and you can open up page 49, paragraph 121, please. Thank you. So just to orient you to time, On September 16th, Mr. Appleby from SEMA sent a copy of the final version of the SEMA report without appendices to Mr. Cooper. So that's when SEMA has sent its final version. So you can close that down. Thank you, Registrar. And if you can go to paragraph 126, which is on page 51. Mr. Cooper wrote to you and to Mr. White, and he said, I was speaking to Mike Field this morning. He said Gary Moore saw the report and was not pleased with the recommendations provided by SEMA. Have either of you spoken to him about this? Are you aware of anything in particular he does not like or agreed with? Had you spoken with Mr. Moore at this point?
I don't believe so.
Did you know Mr. Moore? Again, you're only about a month into your role at the city.
I believe I had met him at once, maybe by this time, but I hadn't known him before coming to the city of Hamilton.
Were you aware of his past role on the Red Hill?
I don't recall if at this time I was aware. I came to become aware.
Okay. You can close that down, Registrar. If you can pull up 127, please. And just before I get to this call out, did you have an understanding of how Mr. Moore would have come to have a copy of the SEMA report that Mr. Cooper had received a few days before?
Yes, the SEMA report would have been circulated to other stakeholders or divisions or groups who would have been impacted by works identified in there or areas of their expertise and responsibility.
That circulation to other groups, that would have been a best practice?
Yes.
Were you aware that Mr. Moore was, that his role at this point was the Director of Engineering Services?
Yes.
And he was Gary Kirchhoff's boss?
Correct.
And without having to go into the hierarchy, he was also Mr. Ferguson's boss?
He was not my boss, though.
I'm sorry, Mr. Field. Mr. Field. He was also Mr. Field's boss?
Yes, they fell under him, yes.
Sorry about that. Prior to receiving this email from Mr. Cooper, did anyone tell you that Mr. Moore had any concerns about the 2013 draft report?
Prior to the email, no.
Prior to the email from Mr. Cooper?
No.
No. So you'll see that Mr. White forwards this message to you and to Mr. Lupton and drops Mr. Cooper from the chain. He says, Jeff, Gary has a vested interest, has a vested interest in this from the beginning and has influenced it somewhat already. What did you understand Mr. White to mean when he said Gary had a vested interest?
I believe at some point I had been notified that Mr. Moore was involved in the design and construction of the Parkway. So I believe that is what Mr. White is referring to. Okay.
Mr. White also says, off the record, I think he even spoke to SEMA. Did you, to the extent that, assuming for the moment that was true, would you have concerns about Mr. Moore speaking to SEMA?
No.
Mr. White says he deemed this extremely sensitive. Did you share that view that this was extremely sensitive?
I don't believe I had a point at that time. The way I read that is, I believe, have to confirm with Mr. White, but how I'm reading it is he would be concerned that he's maybe contradicting during the Public Works meeting and would like to avoid having that type of contradiction.
As a general practice, did you also want to avoid different messaging from different staff in matters that were going before councillors?
In my experience with anything like this, you always want to have open discussion and communications and engagement with other divisions or departments, whoever may be responsible for an item, to make sure that everyone is aware of what concerns there may be or ideas.
Okay. So you want to be building consensus among staff members about a response back to a committee or to council?
Yes, you want to make sure that whatever is being provided within the documents is supported by those groups who are going to be responsible for it.
Can you close this call out, Registrar? If you can go to the next image, please. In paragraph 29, Mr. Lupton forwards this chain to Mr. Mader, his boss, and recommended that they talk to Gary and bring in SEMA if needed. And Mr. Lupton directed you to do that, did he?
Sorry, what paragraph are you on?
129. It's at the top. Registrar, if you could pull it out.
Yes, and sorry, what is the question?
The question was, did Mr. Lupton direct you to talk to Gary and bring in SEMA if needed?
I don't recall, not based on 129, no.
Okay, and you don't recall either way?
No.
You can close this down, Registrar. And if you can go to page 52 of the same document, image 131. I think we'll have to bring up the next image as well. You don't have to call it out. You can close that call out. You just close it completely. Thank you. And if you can call out the top of the next image, Saturday due to heavy rain. Thank you. Brian Scheinel is the Director of Operations. So those are the people who are dealing with maintenance on the Parkway, is that right?
Correct.
And Betty Matthews Malone eventually takes on his role, is that right?
I believe so.
Reorgs.
Yes.
So in September of 2013, there were heavy rains on the Red Hill, and Mr. Scheinel sends an email to a number of people forwarding emails from his staff about these heavy rains. Can you close that call out, please? And there's some back and forth about that from his staff. You're not copied at this point, but basically, Mr. McCleary in paragraph 133 says roads is a big issue whenever it rains on these class roadways. And you'll see this request, so this is from staff and operations, is to add slippery when wet signs on every ramp and along the route. You can close that down, Registrar, and if you can go to the next image. And so you'll see in paragraph 134, Mr. White forwards this exchange to you. Registrar, can you pull out, yeah, perfect, thank you. And he says, this is an extraordinary request and in my opinion, should be substantiated by collisions history. Please review the collision history facility-wide for a significant period and review the percentage of collisions on wet pavement. So just stopping there, did you agree that a request to install slippery and wet signs on the ramps and along the main line was an extraordinary request? Or sorry, I should say an extraordinary request.
Yes.
And did you agree with Mr. White that it would be prudent to substantiate such a request by completing a collisions history?
Correct.
By this point, you just recently reviewed the SEMA report. Did you raise with Mr. Wright that there was already a collisions review history, at least of a particular study area, that had just recently been done by the consultant?
I don't recall specifically.
Okay. You can close that down. And if you can go to the next image, pardon me, page 56, please. So I'm skipping over, there's some back and forth about the nature of the pavement and Mr. Morway's end. And in paragraph 140, if you can call that up. You're not copied on this, but Mr. Mader says this should be discussion at Transportation Coordinating Committee. What is the Transportation Coordinating Committee?
I don't recall what that committee was.
Okay, did you sit on that committee?
No, I don't remember that committee.
Okay. Can you close that down, please? And call out 145, which is the next image. So you see that thank you. The Transportation Coordinating Committee met on September 24, and you'll see the list of attendees: Mr. White, Christine Lee Morrison, Al Kirkpatrick, Sally Young Lee, Susan Jacob, Gary Kirchnoff, and I think an assistant, Gordon McGuire, Jim Doms, and John Murray were regrets, and guests were Jeff Lepton and Larissa Skripanak. And then there's a CC to John Mader and Jeff Lepton and others. Does this assist you in refreshing your memory about the Transportation Coordinating Committee and what it is?
I would say a little bit, yes. It appears to be a combination of traffic, transit, transportation planning, development, and engineering.
So these are all within Public Works, but sub-departments within Public Works, is that right?
Correct.
And do you recall going to the Transportation Coordinating Committee meetings at any point during your tenure?
Not specifically, no.
Do you know either way whether the Transportation Coordinating Committee disbanded or stopped meeting at some point after 2013?
I don't recall.
Okay. So you don't attend this. It doesn't look like you're invited to it. Did you have any discussions with Martin White about this meeting?
I don't recall specifically.
Okay. Can you close this, close the callouts registrar and bring out paragraph 146? So in the minutes of that meeting, under the heading Martin, it says in reference to the link and the Red Hill studies to be completed on all on/off ramps. And if you can close that, please. And if you can bring up the excerpted paragraph in 147. The day after that Transportation Committee, Coordinating Committee meeting, Registrar, can you highlight the second sentence in order to determine the severity and magnitude? And you can highlight all the way down to determine higher incidence, several lines down. Perfect, thank you. So here, Martin is responding back to Mr. Scheinel in that previous email exchange and says, I've asked our traffic engineering section to analyze the collision history on the entire Link and Red Hill system to determine if there is proven recorded collision history related to the impacts of weather and road surface. So Mr. Wright has asked you to do a collision review, has raised at the Transportation Coordinating Committee doing a studies to be conducted on the on-off ramps, and then has sent this email. Did he direct you to do a collision review?
Based on that previous correspondence, yes, he's asked for one, yes.
And what particularly did he ask you to do in terms of a collision review?
We would have been looking at wet weather collisions based on the request for slippery and wet zones.
Did you do this collision review personally?
No, we would have had our collision analyst pull the collision data from the system.
And once that gets pulled, then does someone in your department actually analyze it?
No, it would have more than likely been submitted to Martin and myself.
Okay, well, there isn't any documentation to suggest that. Do you have a recollection about whether you received some chart or something from the collision analyst in respect of the collision review that Mr. White wanted?
I don't have a recollection, specific recollection of it, but that would have been our process.
Okay. When was this collision review done?
Again, I don't recall specifically. I would say that's our practice in dealing with requests like this would have been probably within a 2 to 3 week period. It would have been completed from the initial request.
Okay, at this point, were you aware of the type of payment used on the main line?
Sorry, was I aware?
Yeah.
No.
Can you close this down? So in that exchange of emails, one of the other things that comes up apart from the collision review is to see if there's a claims history. If you can go registrar to paragraph 148, please. Oh, pardon me. Can you go to the next image, please? Oh, no. Sorry, I misspoke. 149. Mr. McClendon, who's in risk, says, off the top of my head, I would say there's not a significant claims history for slippery conditions on the Red Hill. You see that? Okay, you can close that. Thank you. Do you recall, Mr. Ferguson, that receiving information from Mr. McClellan that there was not, at this point, a significant claims history for slippery conditions on the Parkway?
Not specifically, no.
Okay. So this collision review that Mr. White directed, what did you find when you did that review?
Again, I don't recall specifically, unfortunately.
Okay. If the collision review of the Parkway indicated that there was a higher than average incident of wet weather collisions across the entirety of the facility, would you have recommended installing slippery when wet signs as requested?
Well, the process would have been to undertake a more extensive review. The report that is produced by the collision analyst is very high level. It's going to give you a sort of general data information, but to clearly understand where things are, what's occurring, you have to take a more detailed review of the data.
And would it have been your process to do some sort of commentary on a review of that data in writing?
In the original request you're referring to?
In response to the original request, and then you said, if I asked if the request would have showed a higher than average incidence, you would have done a further, a deeper dive, if I can paraphrase. Would you have documented that the more extensive review?
Not specifically, no. It might have been as simple as a sit down with Mr. White to discuss the data. And I know based on reviewing the documents, there is discussions later where we've identified concerns around collisions in wet weather.
Okay. Do you recall ever responding to the request from operations staff to install slippery when wet signs?
Not specifically, no.
Registrar, can you bring up CIM 8089.0001 at image 52? And if you can call out 6.2.4. Do you recall that one of the proposed countermeasures that SEMA recommended was installing slippery when wet signs in particular areas? Or
Yes.
considering them? And here you'll see it says in the fourth sentence down, given the high proportion of wet surface collisions, it may be determined through friction testing that the skid resistance of the roadway surface is lower than normally encountered in some areas. If this is determined, the city could examine the installation of a WC 105 sign at the northbound and southbound directions in relation to any areas identified through friction testing. If you'd had this section in mind when you were getting the request from operations to install slippery and wet signs, would it have changed anything about your approach to how you addressed the operations staff's request?
No,
Did you consider this recommendation from SEMA when you were conducting your collision review?
I don't recall specifically.
To your knowledge, were slippery when wet signs ever installed on the main line or the ramps prior to late 2018?
Prior to 2018?
Prior to late 2018.
Wherever there was a recommendation from the consultants' reports, the slippery when wet signs were installed.
Okay, so your evidence is that there were slippery than wet signs installed?
Based wherever they were identified in those consultant reports, yes.
Okay. Were you waiting for friction test results to determine where to install slippery and wet signs?
I would say no.
Were you waiting on friction test results to assess the request from Mr. Scheinel's group to install slippery and wet signs?
No.
Thank you. You can close this call out. So I fear I'm repeating myself, but do you recall responding directly to Mr. Scheinel's staff's request to install slippery and wet signs?
No.
Registrar, can you bring up OD6, page 59, paragraph 160, please? You're not copied on this. This is an email between Mr. Moore and Dr. Uzarowski at Golder. Were you familiar with Golder and Associates?
No, I was not.
Did Mr. Moore tell you he was going to do skid resistance testing?
No, he did not.
Okay. Can you close this out? And Registrar, can you go to paragraph 160, which is, I believe, the next image? Nope, it is not. Sorry, apologies. Let me find the right image. In fact, we can do it this way. Registrar, can you bring up GOL 2641? And if you could go down to image 2. And if you can call out the email from Gary Moore, the top half of this. So here, Mr. Moore says, as part of ongoing pavement monitoring, we will have skid testing completed. And this is part of the back and forth from Mr. Scheinel's group. There's a standard by which we can report on the relative level of resistance and by which we can gauge performance of each mix and road surface. Did anyone advise you that Mr. Moore had said he was going to obtain skid resistance testing?
I don't recall that specifically, no.
Did you follow up with Mr. Moore about skid resistance testing or friction testing while the 2013 SEMA report was being completed?
No, the recommendation of the report is to undertake friction testing as part of the short-term measures. We're finalizing that report. So no, there was no discussion with Mr. Moore about that, no.
Okay, and once the report was completed and finalized, and the recommendations from that report were being implemented. Did you follow up with Mr. Moore at that point about friction testing?
I don't remember specifically, no. The expectation would have been, again, he had the short-term period to complete the work, and we would have expected to have heard something back of when that work would have been completed.
Okay, so I just want to be really clear. I said, did you follow up? And you said, I don't recall specifically, no. Can you be more specific? Did you follow up or did you not follow up?
No.
No, you didn't follow up?
No. No.
Okay. All right, you can close that down, that call out down, registrar, and go to page 62, paragraph 157. Thank you. So is it fair to say that there's a fair bit of lead time before you get to a Public Works Committee meeting, during which staff needs to start preparing its staff report?
Yes.
A month or two?
Well, at least.
At least, okay. Mr. Cooper did a draft of a staff report in respect of the SEMA report, noting that the report was due today, and he sent it to Mr. Field. Not great practice that he's sending it for the first time on the day that it's due. Is that fair?
That is fair, yes.
Registrar, can you bring up HAM 41767? Do you recall reviewing Mr. Cooper's draft? It's a 10-page draft.
Not specifically, no.
Okay. Can you go to image 3, please? In fact, can you bring up image 2 and image 3 together? Have you had a chance to review this report in advance of your evidence today?
Is this the draft report?
This is the 10-page draft report that Mr. Cooper drafted.
I believe I have. I believe there was a couple of draft reports.
Yes, there are several draft reports. On this one, there are 2 10-page draft reports, one that Mr. Cooper does and then one that you revise. Do you remember that?
Not specifically, but.
Okay. So we're looking at the one Mr. Cooper did.
Okay.
And you can see on image 3, sorry, let me just reorient my screen. At the top under the bullet points, Registrar, if you can call it, you don't have to call it the bullet points, just the paragraph underneath it, the findings of the study are indicated. And that, did this sentence accord with your understanding of the SEMA report?
Yes.
Would you be surprised if it's in fact cut and pasted from the SEMA report?
No, that was a common practice.
Okay, you can close that down. Can you go to the next 2 images, images 4 and 5? So Mr. Cooper has actually set out in the body of this draft report the list of countermeasures for the whole road, which is on the bottom of image 1 here, and which is image 4, and on the top of image 5, and then goes through the series of road segments and ramp segments, just like the SEMA report did. Do you recall that?
Not specific.
Recall seeing this? No. And if you can go now to registrar to image 7, please. Thank you. And up at the top under Mud Street interchange, if you can call out that paragraph. Thank you. What is the network screening list?
The network screening list was a program that had started in the city of Hamilton prior to my arrival, and was using a mathematical equation, reviewing roadways and ranking them based on priority concern.
Priority concern.
Yes.
Okay. And here, Mr. Cooper lists the eastbound off ramp to Mud Street as number 1 on the 2012 network screening list. So what does that mean in terms of its ranking as a priority concern? So the best in the city?
Well, it'd be ranked number 1 in terms of being considered for review.
So highest priority on the network screening list?
Correct.
Okay. And were you aware of that before you read Mr. Cooper's draft report?
I would not have been, no.
Okay. You can close that register. And if you can go back into the OD, page 62, paragraph 159, please. Thank you. If you can call out all of paragraph 159 and 2 call outs. Thank you. So this is after Mr. Cooper has put together the draft report that we were just looking at, and you and Mr. Lupton and Mr. White exchange a series of messages. And Mr. Lupton starts by saying, can you summarize the actions? I want to get a sense of this before you arm wrestle Gary. So at this point, what did you understand was the next step in dealing with this report as it related to Mr. Moore?
What are the next steps, or?
Yeah, what was the plan as between Mr. Lupton and Mr. White and yourself, that in order to engage with Mr. Moore in respect of this report?
In terms of engaging with Mr. Moore, I don't recall being part of any of that. Our focus within traffic was completing this report and finalizing the details of that report.
Okay, well, what did you understand Mr. Lupton meant to say? I'd like to get a sense before we arm wrestle Gary.
I think my assumption of it is that he wants to know what the process is going to be in terms of the implementation of the items before he talks to Gary about it.
Okay. And did you have a sense of what Mr. Moore's concerns were about the report at this point?
Only based on the previous email that Mr. Cooper had sent, or Mr. Fields.
Okay. So you knew that he had some concern, but you didn't know the substance of those concerns?
Correct.
Okay. Mr. White in this email at the bottom says there's a back and forth about doing another safety review of the entire link and the remaining portions of the Red Hill. And Martin White says, Jeff, basically there are statistically significant number of collisions in wet conditions identified that tells me we may need to do something. Had you done a collision review of the entire facility by this point?
Yeah, as I mentioned, I can't remember specifically. Based on the previous request and based on my experience in doing those works, I believe that is what he's referring to.
Okay, but sitting here today, it's your evidence that you did do a collision review when Martin Wright requested it?
Again, I can't remember it specifically.
Okay. You can close those callouts down. So you revised Mr. Cooper's draft. It's still 10 pages. And you sent it to Mr. White and Mr. Lupton. That is in the next image, please, Registrar. Do you remember doing that? Making some revisions and sending it off, but still being 10 pages?
Again, not specifically.
Okay.
That would have been the practice, yes.
Okay. Registrar, can you bring up HAM 454, image 6? So this is your draft, and in the full paragraph, in addressing number 3 above, you say the engineering division will be conducting friction testing on the Red Hill. So that's your drafting, and you took it from the SEMA recommendations. Is that right?
The reference to the friction testing, yes.
Thank you. You can close this down. You didn't explain the in your draft. You didn't explain the purpose for friction testing apart from that sentence, did you?
I don't recall specifically. I would have to reread the whole report.
Do you want to do that?
Sure, if you want to bring it up.
Sure, it's 10 pages. I can tell you this is the only reference to friction testing in here. On the break, I'm happy to ensure that you get a copy. Does that make sense in terms of efficiency?
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. Yeah.
Okay. Registrar, can you close this down and bring up page 64, paragraph 163 of OD6, please? Do you recall that Mr. Lupton wanted you to make changes to substantially reduce the page count of the report?
I vaguely remember.
Okay. So the first thing he says in paragraph 163 is that he wants to change it from, or that this should be an information report. And to this point, it was a recommendation report. What's the difference between those two types of reports?
A recommendation report is something that you submit to committee and council with specific recommendations that require council approval, usually associated with funding, especially. An information report is exactly that, a report that's providing information to committee, maybe outlining the steps that are being taken. There's no specific requirement for committee or council to approve anything. Those would be the major differences, I think.
Okay. Registrar, can you bring up the next image as well, please? Thank you. And can you call out the very top paragraph? So Mr. Lupton is talking about moving forward fairly quickly in implementation. And then he says, did Gary agree to the frictionless piece? If not, take it out. If so, we should be clear that this implementation would be to their schedule. Did you understand this to be the recommendation regarding friction testing?
That's how I read it.
Did you speak to Mr. Moore personally about the friction testing recommendation in that report?
I don't recall specifically.
would you have, based on Mr. Lupton's comments here, would you have taken the friction testing reference out if Mr. Moore had not agreed to it?
You're asking, would I have?
I'm trying to understand how you interpreted Mr. Lupton's direction.
I interpret his direction is that if Gary doesn't agree with the frictionless piece, then he's looking for it to be removed.
Okay, so you understood that Mr. Moore's agreement to do friction testing was a precondition to referencing it in the report?
That's how I'm reading that.
Okay. And sitting here today, you can't recall if you spoke to Mr. Moore about the friction testing recommendation?
Unfortunately, no.
Okay. Registrar, can you bring up RVH 688, image 2, please? I think I misspoke. RVH 668.
Council RHB 68.
668.
66.
Thank you. Can you bring up both images? So Mr. Ferguson, this is the significantly pared down report that goes to council, pardon me, goes to PwC. And in it, if you can bring up registrar, call out the third paragraph on the second image, the consultant's report also recommended. Here we go. So that at the very last line, staff will also review further countermeasures such as friction testing with construction engineering. You see that?
Yes.
So that was the line that was edited from engineering division will be conducting friction testing that we just looked at. Is that a slight edit? You see that?
Yes.
Can you describe for me in detail what further review staff did with construction engineering in respect of friction testing?
What further review did we have with construction engineering with friction testing? And is this the final report?
Yeah.
And is there an appendix that goes with this report?
There is. Registrar, can you close this? Close the call out. And is there a third image? Maybe a different doc ID. There we go. Don't know if that's helpful, but there's the friction testing as referenced there as the area short-term countermeasure. And there's additional appendices. You can see they're in the same format as SEMA's, dealing with other signs, markings, etc.
Yes. So one, we've identified the friction testing as a short-term measure. So at some point, once this report is approved, there would have been the communication with the engineering group to say, okay, these items are approved. They're identified for engineering services to arrange the studies. Please proceed accordingly.
Thank you. So you said there would have been communication. Do you remember such communication?
Not specifically from myself, no, or from staff. Staff also obviously worked with project managers, worked together. So the expectation would be that staff would communicate back and forth with each other to proceed with the informed engineering of the passing of the report.
Okay. The inquirer's not received any documents that would suggest that communication. So I understand what your expectation is, but do you have any recollection of directing staff to do that?
Not specifically, no.
Do you have any recollection of staff reporting back to you that they'd done that?
Not that I recall, no.
Okay. So going back to that statement, staff will review further countermeasures such as friction testing with construction engineering. Do you have any knowledge about whether staff in traffic engineering consulted with construction engineering about friction testing specifically?
I don't recall.
In terms of staff within traffic engineering, who individually by name would have been responsible in your view for having that discussion with construction engineering?
Mr. Gallo and Mr. Cooper.
And who in engineering would have been on the other side of that discussion?
It would have been, I would say, at Mr. Kirchhoff's level.
Okay, you can close these, please. Can you bring up Registrar OD6, page 68, paragraph 173? Thank you. So this is it. We were just looking at the final version. So this is before the versions are finalized. Mr. Lepton and you exchange emails, and Mr. Lepton asks if why there's a reference to the illumination warrant, and you say that's a recommendation in the report. This is about installing lighting on the ramp. And Mr. Lepton says, so I can remove it then. And you say, that's your call, pal. That's why you make the big bucks. And then you reference your concern, which is, and I'm quoting here, if we remove it, Collins will eat us alive, as the motion speaks specifically to lighting. What in particular were your concerns about Councillor Collins' response to this, to the staff report?
Well, the motion specifically spoke to reviewing lighting around the mud interchange. And so to remove that piece, to me, didn't make much sense, because we're trying to follow the direction of council and what they're requesting. I think that's about it.
Okay. Are you concerned at this point about your staged approach, which is do a number of other countermeasures first, defer doing the lighting, come back to lighting later? Are you concerned going into finalizing the staff report about how that will be received by councillors?
No, it's common to undertake works and then evaluate and then consider additional options if they're required. And I believe the report itself even talks about various locations, works being evaluated. Some installations or signage had been completed and they weren't able to determine a full assessment of that location, or not full assessment, assess how those new signs or works had affected any change with respect to safety. So I wouldn't say I was concerned with the approach.
Okay. Registrar, can you bring up RVH 668 again, please? And if you could bring up the first and second image. Mr. Ferguson, this final version doesn't include or doesn't reflect SEMA's conclusion that half the collisions on ramps occurred on ramp 6, does it?
Council, I wonder if we could also allow Mr. Ferguson to look at the appendix of this report that was included with the body and submitted to council, or to committee rather.
Of course, it's just hard to show a lot of pages at the same time. I think that it is image 4 that deals with ramp 6. If you, Registrar, maybe you can keep up image 2 that you have up here. Make image 2. Yes, and then there we go. And if you can call out there's a reference to, sorry, I just want to make sure I'm in the right place for you, Mr. Ferguson. That's the mud segments. So apologies, Registrar. If you can close that and go to the next image, please. There we go. And if you can call up the bottom half of this page, ramp 5 and ramp 6. And so to be fair in my question, and I'll just be more specific, in the body of the report, there's no reference to half of the ramp collisions, or more than half of ramp collisions being on ramp 6, is there?
In the written text of the report, no.
And you can close that down, that call out. Thank you. And there isn't anything in the text that reflects SEMA's finding that high proportion of wet surface conditions and single motor vehicle collisions were found during their collision review. Is there?
Well, it's identified in the appendix, which is part of the overall report.
Would you agree that this is relevant information that should have been highlighted in the body of the text?
No.
The information report references friction, and we went to that one reference to it. It's also in the appendix as a short-term countermeasure. The report doesn't explain SEMA's connection between its recommendation for friction testing and the high proportion of wet weather collisions. Why isn't that referenced in the body of the report?
So in the SEMA report itself, and the way it's written, the SEMA talks about the correlation, potential correlation between wet weather collisions and pavement conditions. And it identifies that if the city could undertake a friction test to believe they reference creating a review of the data to the design specs. But there's also the correlation within traffic between motor vehicle collisions and wet weather, especially when you take into account the geometrics of the roadways. Of course, you have grade changes, you have curvature changes. So it's not identified as a high priority type task that would be expected to be received from a consultant. We obviously have discussions with consultants. We'll talk to consultants throughout the reports, development of the reports and the studies, and have those types of conversations. And to put that sort of into perspective, a couple of years ago, municipalities were required to undertake railway safety audits. And so within those reports, the consultants clearly identified items that had to be completed. So again, in our industry, we look at the wording that's associated within those reports. So going back to the railway state, it stated that municipalities or the municipality must complete X work by X date. So it's very clear, it's very upfront. Then they provide the additional information that says the municipality can also look at these items. It's not a requirement. You could do it if you want to supplement the location, but it's not an actual requirement. When you go back and use that as a comparison here, again, it's a number of the items are identified as could or to as a follow-up if your pre-countermeasures, if you find that they're not addressing the situation, then upgrade to these new installation or these additional countermeasures.
Okay, so you agree with me that a person who doesn't have experience in traffic safety may not easily connect the reference to friction testing with the collisions that are set out in the body of the appendix. Do you agree with me on that? That might not be an obvious connection.
I'm not sure. I'm sorry. Sorry, Ms. Lawrence. I don't understand the question.
I can try again. Would you agree with me that it's not an obvious connection to someone who's a layperson? That the connection being between friction testing and the reference to the high proportion of particular kinds of collisions that are in the appendix to this report.
I'm not sure I can agree with that. There is, I mean, through time, a lot of people will reference pavement condition and wet conditions before they assume anything else. Has always been my experience.
Okay, I'm going to move on. Registrar, can you go back to OD6, paragraph 70, pardon me, page 70, paragraph 176? There's a calendar and an appointment for a meeting with Mr. Lepton, Mr. White, Mr. Moore, and yourself on October 28. And it says canceled. And then it says in the body of the invitation, revised location meeting. Did you attend a meeting with Mr. White, Mr. Moore, and Mr. Lepton?
At that time, I don't recall.
Can you close that call out, please? And if you can call out 177. So on that same day, as the meeting was scheduled, October 28, Mr. Lupton emailed you and Mr. White and said he had a conversation with Gary. Does that refresh your memory about whether you attended any meeting with Mr. Moore in respect of the 2013 report?
No, no.
Apart from this email where Mr. Lupton speaks, includes some information about Gary, which I'll get to, did Mr. Lupton otherwise convey to you Mr. Moore's concerns about the 2013 report?
Beyond this email, not that I recall.
So you still weren't sure about exactly what Mr. Moore's concerns were from that, starting from that email with Mr. Field?
Yeah, I honestly, I don't recall.
Okay,
Sorry.
that's all right. So you'll see in this email, Mr. Lupton says, I reviewed with Gary. Do you recall what he reviewed with Gary, the SEMA report or the staff report?
No, I don't know.
And he, Lupton says, he's good, but suggests that we manage the final version of the report to reflect what we are saying. And then he goes on to talk about an FOI. He says, I'm not asking to change opinions, but to soften and stage the report similar to what we have done with our info report. Do this first and measure results. Please sit down with SEMA and make this happen. Did you understand from this email from Mr. Lupton that you were to go back to SEMA and ask them to make changes to the final report that they had submitted to you?
Just based on how I'm reading it, that is how I read it.
Can you close out the this call out, please? And you'll see it. You don't have to call it out, registrar, but the next paragraph, you ask Mr. Cooper to set up a meeting with SEMA. And then if you can go, Mr. Registrar, to paragraph 182, which is, I believe, on the next page, next image. And Mr. Appleby comes back with additions to the final report that sets out or includes ranges of time periods. Do you see that in paragraph 182? We can call it out. That was as a result of your communications with SEMA, wasn't it?
Agreed.
You can close that. And if you can bring up page 79, 201, please. Did you attend the November 18, 2013 PwC meeting?
I can't remember specifically. I suspect I was there.
Okay. Do you recall that counselors accepted the report that we've just been looking at, but also wanted lighting to be put on the lighting aspects to be put on the outstanding business list?
Yes.
And so fair to say they were pleased with the work that had been done, but they didn't want to lose sight of the lighting issue?
Correct.
If you could go to the next image, registrar. Actually, can you pull up the last image and this image at the same time? Thank you. So you see down at 203. In fact, it may be easier to go to the document itself just for ease of review. Registrar, can you go to HAM 4339? And if you can go down to the image 2. And if you can call it Mr. Moore's email at the top. You're not copied on this email. If you can take a look, did anyone convey the substance of this email, in particular Mr. Moore's concerns to you?
I don't recall specifically.
What about generally? That he was displeased, that's my characterization, displeased with the lighting aspect still being on the OBL, pardon me.
Yes, I would think that Mr. White and I probably would have talked at some point, and he would have made me aware.
Okay. Registrar, can you close this down and go to page 77 of OD6, paragraph 196? Were you aware that in November 2013, Golder retained Tradewin to conduct friction testing on the Parkway?
No.
Registrar, can you go to page 86, paragraph 225 of OD6? Actually, can you close that and go down to, no, that's fine. You can leave that up. Oh, back. There we go. Thank you. Do you recall learning that Mr. Moore had talked to the counselor and that Mr. Lupton confirmed that the deal with Chad was to implement the items and monitor for at least a year and then see if anything further needs to be done? Did anyone convey that to you?
Again, I don't recall.
Okay. Can you close that? And can you call it the next paragraph, 225? Thank you. And this is an email you are copied on. That's a follow-up from this back and forth about the lighting issue and the outstanding business list. And Mr. White forwards this email to you and notes, what are we doing with the roads request for signs, slippery and wet signs everywhere? I forgot about that one. We need the asphalt skid test to see what they determine also. So from this, I'm going to suggest to you that this is in January, that you had not done the collision history review that Mr. White had previously requested.
Again, I don't recall. Can't really speak to it.
Okay. You're giving me this implies that you hadn't had a conversation with Mr. White about the roads request for slippery when wet signs by this point.
I would say I disagree based on the previous communications where I believe Mr. White references the collisions and based on our practices and how quickly we responded to those types of requests. I'm assuming, of course, that the work had been done, that we had completed a high level review.
Okay. Mr. White also says we need the asphalt skid test to see what they determine also. Why did your group need friction testing results to see what they determined?
Well, and I take that as he's referencing the 2013 report, that he's we need the asphalt skid tests to see what they determine. So I don't know if he's, based on what SEMA had written, those results were to be compared to the design spec. So I take that statement as, engineering completing that work and being able to do the comparison to the design spec to see where it stands.
Okay. What use would traffic engineering put to friction test results? Maybe I'll put that differently. How would traffic engineering use friction testing results?
Again, so one, there's a couple of things to that. One, we would have to have someone summarize the information. We would need a professional that is trained in that area to surmise that information. As myself anyways, I don't have that training or background, so I would have no understanding of what the actual results mean. Secondly, based on those results and whatever came back, you'd be able to determine, one, is there an issue obviously with skid resistance, or are the issues aligned more with driver behavior? And so that's going to help you direct going forward in terms of what type of actions you could take.
Thank you. Who was ultimately responsible to ensure that the friction testing that was recommended in the SEMA report actually happened, in your opinion?
It was engineering services.
Was traffic engineering responsible for obtaining those results and reporting them back to council, given that the initial report came from traffic engineering?
Well, my position was at the time, and if you kind of, I think you see that in the wording of the reports, including the 2015 report, that I know we're not trained in that area. And so I'm not really comfortable in providing that information. It's my position that engineering should be providing that material. It was often ruled into traffic works, obviously because we were all under public works. But to me, it was always my position that engineering should be undertaking that work and reporting.
My question was reporting back to council about that. Is that your opinion, that it's engineering services responsible to report back?
That would be my position to it.
Okay. Would you expect that engineering services would have advised traffic engineering when the test of the results when the tests were complete?
Yes.
And would assist in interpreting those results so that traffic safety could then, I think, as you said, take appropriate steps?
Correct. Ms. Lawrence, will we be taking a break soon?
Yes, I was just considering whether I should end here. I recognize we've gone about 10 minutes after our usual break. And I'm happy to pause it at this point. And thank you, Commissioner and Mr. Ferguson, for your indulgence on going a little later than we normally end and will normally break. It's now 11:40.
Okay.
If I may, Mr. Commissioner, I wonder if Mr. Ferguson is going to be given the report that Ms. Lawrence referenced, that he also be given the appendices to that report, and if he needs time to review that report, and take a break. Perhaps we can add a little bit more time in case he requires it to review the report and take a break.
Well, let's take a 15-minute break. I'm sure he'll be given the appendices. If he requires any more time, he can communicate with you, Ms. Contractor. You can advise Ms. Lawrence, and we'll extend our break.
Understood. Will do. Thank you.
Okay.
Ms. Contractor, we've sent it to you by email.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, so we'll stand adjourned until 5 to 12.
Thank you, Mr. Ferguson. Did you have any additional answer that you wanted to give about the question I asked you about the draft 10-page staff report that you prepared and the reference to collisions in it? I understand you've had a chance now to see that report and review it in detail over the break.
Ms. Lawrence, I wonder if you could repeat your question for Mr. Ferguson?
I can, and apologies, I'm going to have to go back and find it. In fact, in order to keep going, I will do that over lunch, and then I will have we'll come back to that just so that I have the exact question. I want to check the real-time transcript to make sure that I'm assessing it correctly. And apologies, I can't locate it at the moment. So I'll hold off and we'll return to that. Is that all right, Mr. Ferguson?
Yes.
Great, thank you. Mr. Ferguson, in the 2013 SEMA report, there was also a recommendation for the application of a high friction pavement surface to be applied, in particular on ramp 6. Do you recall that recommendation?
Yes.
Do you know if that recommendation was implemented?
No, there was a follow-up report, I believe, that recommends that the pavement be replaced during a future repaving project.
Thanks. Thank you. So put differently, the recommendation was not implemented immediately after the 2015 report was received?
Correct.
And it was reassessed as part of a broader resurfacing project at a later date. Is
that was the recommendation approved by council?
That was the recommendation from staff?
Yes, approved by council.
Was traffic engineering responsible for ensuring that that recommendation was completed?
Yeah, it would have been identified in terms of information provided to engineering services for the completion of works.
Apologies, I think I was vague in my question when I said that recommendation. I'm going to try that again. Was traffic engineering responsible for ensuring that the recommendation that the high friction application be placed on pavement, was that within the scope of traffic engineering to ensure that that was complete?
As part of the repaving?
Just generally, is it traffic engineering who is responsible for that?
Yes, they undertake the work and do all the pavement materials and types, whatever is used, that falls under engineering, yes.
Falls under engineering services or traffic engineering?
No, engineering services, sorry.
Okay, that's all right. I think it was my questions, but thank you for the clarity. Why is that the kind of project which falls under engineering services?
So their purview is obviously construction projects. And so when they have construction projects, they're the experts in that area. And so they do that type of work. Traffic engineering doesn't typically do construction of that type.
Thank you. Registrar, can you go to OD page 106, paragraph 284, please. Thank you. Can you close that call out, please? Thanks. Can you call out 284 and 285 together, please? So we're now in March of 2014, and Ms. Clark circulated a reminder about the lighting aspects that had been on the outstanding business list. And Mr. Lupton emailed Mr. White, I don't believe you're copied, asking if they had a plan in place when the weather improves. Is it fair to say that many of the improvements that SEMA recommended or more easy to implement in better weather, in spring or summer weather?
Correct, yes.
And did traffic engineering have a plan in place to address the SEMA recommendations?
And I know, I recall that we had submitted a number of work orders to have the work begin once the weather had improved. So I would say yes, there was a plan in place.
Okay. Registrar, can you go to page 117, please? And if you can call out 325 and 326. So this is after some back and forth about some of the markings, the pavement markings. And you and Mr. Jacobson are having a discussion about having enough money to pay based on the existing contracts. And you say, well, it'll come from the RLC fund. I think initially we had 30,000 for cat's eyes, but we can exceed that if need be. What is the RLC fund?
Red light camera.
And what sort of projects are funded out of that fund?
Safety initiatives.
And is that a standing fund from which traffic engineering can take funds without having to go through a capital budgeting process?
Yes, you can, yes. At that time you could.
Do you recall during this period of time from January 2015, after the report was received by council about the 2013 SEMA report, and through the course of that year, that there was some pressure from your bosses to ensure that the SEMA recommendations were being undertaken?
Yes.
And in particular, setting up the cat's eyes, getting those in place?
Yes.
And ensuring that there was the purchase orders or the work orders, as you suggested, for some of the other signage, is that right?
Correct, the work orders.
And here, I know I've asked you this question before, but to your recollection, did some of those work orders include installing slippery when wet signs?
I don't recall specifically.
Okay, is it that you don't recall either way, whether slippery when wet signs were actually installed?
Yeah, I don't recall if the work orders, if there was one specific to slippery when wet.
Okay. Registrar, can you bring up same document, page 125, please? You'll recall we went through earlier emails today where you told Mr. White that Councillor Collins wanted a complete study of the link and the remainder of the Red Hill. Do you remember those emails?
I remember, yes.
And so here in October, and Registrar, can you call out 351, please? Linda Junewick. I'm not sure if I'm saying her name right. She's the collision analyst. She emailed you and Mr. White about a fatal collision on the link. Do you remember that fatal collision?
I believe so, yes.
And Mr. White responded to you and copied in Mr. Gallo. I've seen the preliminary link collision data and we may have a legitimate problem. Do you recall sharing Mr. White's concern about the preliminary link data that Linda had sent you?
At this time?
Yes.
I don't recall specifically.
Okay. At the end, he says, anyway, let's get a technical evaluation started and run to a conclusion. In-house solution or roster assignment solution is perhaps another question. Is it fair to say that that this is the beginning of the discussion that leads to SEMA being retained for the link safety review?
Yes, it is.
And do you recall that part of these discussions around the link related to whether to install median barriers?
Yes.
They did?
Yes, they did.
In May of 2015, you can take this down, Registrar. In May of 2015, there was a fatal crossover collision on the Red Hill involving two young women. Do you recall that collision?
Yes.
Do you recall that it prompted Councillor Connolly to request a safety study to be conducted on the Red Hill?
Yes.
And at this point, the link safety review was already underway. Is that right?
That's correct.
And SEMA had been retained to do that?
Yes.
And to your perception, were both these safety reviews intended, at least in part, to assess the issue of median barriers?
Yes.
Registrar, can you close this and open up OD7, page 8, paragraph 19, please? Councillor Connolly emailed you requesting, in respect of his request to get a safety study done. And he says, I want to write a motion to this effect, but I need your help. Was it common for staff and councillors to collaborate on the language of motions?
Yes, it is.
Why is that? What's the benefit of that collaboration?
We're able to help identify certain areas that they maybe want to include as part of that motion, or have we might have some background information that we can provide to them to assist them in finalizing the motion.
Okay. In mid-May, so let's say May 11th, the date you have this email with Councillor Connolly, did you know whether or not any friction testing had been carried out on the Red Hill?
Not that I recall, no.
You don't recall knowing, or?
Yeah, I don't recall that, or I'm aware that any friction testing had been done at that point.
I'm sorry, I'm not sure I understand your answer. Did you know whether or not any friction testing had been done?
No, I had not been notified of any friction testing being done.
Okay. Were you aware of any concerns about wet weather accidents on the Red Hill, as compared to the link, the Red Hill, as of May 2015, other than the documents that we've already gone through?
Yes, we had done, I had done an analysis of the Red Hill, specifically looking at collisions and looking for wet weather collisions. And I had identified that there appears to be a higher number of wet weather collisions. And I had recommended that we retain SEMA to essentially do a similar review on the Red Hill as to what they were doing on the link.
In your collision review of, you said it was a collision review of looking for collisions and looking for wet weather collisions. Was that a review of the entire facility?
Along the Red Hill, yes.
Okay. Registrar, can you close that, call it, and go to page 6, paragraph 15? So you just said that you'd already done one. In paragraph 15, on May 6th, so this is after the fatal collision, but before you go to Public Works, you emailed Mr. Cooper and Mr. Warren and said, a couple of things came up I need to be prepared for. Can you follow up with Hamilton Police? Can you do an update on the consultant review for the link? So that's the SEMA link. Can you prepare a collision review for the past 10 years focusing on crossover collisions and a 3-year review of the Red Hill from Green Hill to Dartnell, January to April, all collisions? So is this the reference to the collision review that you were just referencing?
No.
You had done another earlier one.
Yes.
Do you recall when you had done that?
I'm going to say it's at some point in 2014. I'm sorry, I can't remember specific timelines. But essentially, I had the collision analyst pull all of the collisions. And I randomly went through pulling collisions. And through that process, identified that I was pulling up many more wet weather collisions than I would have expected. And so that's what generates or has me have that discussion with Mr. White and Mr. Mader about the need for a study.
And sorry, just so that I'm clear, that's what generates you to have a discussion with Mr. White or Mr. Mader about the need for a study. When was that discussion?
I'm going to say it's in either late 2014 or early 2015, somewhere in there.
Okay. So as we're in May of 2015, had you already determined that you were going to be retaining SEMA to complete a safety review of the entire Red Hill?
Yeah, so I believe Mr. Mader had agreed to it and had notified, I believe, the general manager at the time that it was something we wanted to pursue.
Does that get funded out of the red light fund as well?
I believe it did. I'm not 100% sure though.
Given that collision review you referenced in 2014, did you consider it urgent to get a complete external safety review done?
I felt it was something that was required. Obviously, we had started the link safety review. The city had obviously done a study in 2013 based on my review of the collisions and identifying a higher proportion of wet weather than to be expected. It was something that I felt had to be done.
Thank you. So you had a call with Brian Malone, who had been now involved in the link safety review and also the 2013 safety review. Registrar, can you pull up page 12, paragraph 35, please? So this is an internal email amongst SEMA staff summarizing a discussion, Mr. Malone summarizing a discussion that he'd had with you. And he said he's going to be directed, that is, you said you were going to be directed by the PwC to do a detailed analysis of safety on the Red Hill. You wanted a quote, recognize that you had done that SEMA had done a smaller review of a smaller study area. And at the bottom says the review will be of the Red Hill and will include the areas towards the escarpment where lighting is absent, especially a repeat of the previous work, with a recognition that the answer regarding lighting is not simply a no, as it was previously. And so just stopping there and going back to the 2013 report, was it your understanding that the city had not asked SEMA to do an assessment of lighting the main line in 2013?
Correct.
And do you agree with Mr. Malone's characterization that you had indicated to him that the answer regarding lighting is not simply a no this time around?
Yeah, so what I wanted was a review. So despite what had come up previously, whatever the comments were, whatever studies had previously been done or environmental, wanted it to be reviewed based on the technical warrants that are available to determine whether or not lighting is required on those roadways.
And when you say whether lighting is required, you mean on lighting of the main line of the Red Hill?
Correct.
Not just the interchanges or the ramps?
No, the full facility.
Did you recognize by making this request it was likely going to come back as quite an expensive prospect to implement?
Yes, definitely. I mean, lighting is a costly endeavor. But again, I wanted to make sure everything was covered and that we had all the information available to us.
Did you view lighting as an important component for the study review because of the nature of the collisions that were being seen on the Red Hill?
I wouldn't necessarily say yes. No, it's more, I just want to know the information of whether the facility is warranted for lighting.
And you didn't know that either way before making this request in 2015?
No, I mean, based on the previous information that was available, it was something that, through the design process and environmental concerns, etc., that it wasn't something that was recommended at that time. And so that was the information that was provided. But I still felt it was something that needed to be looked at and considered.
Okay. So you wanted to assess whether it would be warranted, even if there was going to be some obstacles to actually implementing it.
Exactly. And I mean, even if it is warranted, I know it's a long implementation process and there's certain steps that have to be taken, but we wanted to know the information of whether or not it warranted lights.
Okay. Registrar, can you close that and go to page 10, paragraph 29? So you already have a run up to a meeting before PwC, and then this is an agenda that goes in advance, and it is for the motion that staff be directed to investigate additional safety measures and to report back with recommendations by December 7, 2015. Is that language that you worked on with Councillor Connolly?
Yes, I believe so.
Thank you. You can close that. And if you can go to page 14, paragraph 40, please. So you were already going to PwC to provide an update on the 2013 recommendations and the status of their implementation. Do you recall that?
Not specifically, no.
Okay. Looking at this now, is this looking more familiar?
No, sorry.
Okay. Can you close that, Registrar, and go to paragraph 49, please? Thank you. Trying to think of the best way to call this out. If you can just call out the excerpted bit at the bottom. So this is a Spectator article, and it's about widening the highways. And Mr. Moore says it would cost 80 to 100 million. And you can close that. Do you recall around May of 2015 discussion about potentially widening the highways to allow for more flat traffic flow? Pardon me, I said highways, I meant parkways.
Not really.
Okay. Can you, Registrar, go to paragraph 51? And if you can call out paragraph 51, please. You update Mr. Malone and Mr. Cooper that the city manager has made a comment about the TMP, that's the Transportation Management Plan, is that right?
Yes.
We'll be reviewing the idea of widening both roadways. And Mr. Mader wanted to make Mr. Malone aware in case that changed any of SEMA's recommendations in the 2015 project. Do you remember conveying this information to Mr. Malone?
Not specifically, no.
Okay.
What I'm reading.
Would you agree that widening the parkways would actually be a very substantial infrastructure project?
Yes.
And it could affect the timing of recommendations that SEMA might make around illumination, for example,
Correct.
or around putting in median barriers.
That's correct.
It could also affect things like signage. If you're actually trying to widen the parkway, you might not want to put up a bunch of signs and then have to take them down. Is that fair?
I wouldn't agree with that.
No?
You know, the signage process is no, it's not as costly, obviously. That's, I guess, what I'm trying to say.
Signage is usually low-hanging fruit in terms of being able to do a countermeasure.
Correct.
Registrar, you can close that, and can you open page 23, paragraph 63. While that's coming up, Mr. Ferguson, do you remember that during this time while SEMA is doing its work on this project, that there was a number of collisions and you were reporting up every time there was a collision?
I briefly, yes, I remember a bit, yes.
And do you recall feeling that there was mounting public pressure to do something and you were waiting on the SEMA report during this time?
Yes.
Okay, we're going to go to the first version of the SEMA report that we received. Registrar, can you first go to page 40, paragraph 122? Thanks. So, unlike the 2013 report, were you more actively involved in SEMA's work leading up to the draft report?
Yes.
And did that work include providing collision data, speed data, that sort of thing?
Not me specifically, but our staff, traffic staff, would provide that information, yes.
Okay. Were you involved in the day-to-day of the discussions back and forth between SEMA and the city about what they needed, where they were heading, potential recommendations, what they were thinking, all of those sorts of the preliminary things before this draft came out?
I wouldn't say on a day-to-day basis, no.
Did you leave that to Mr. Warren and, pardon me, Mr. Cooper and Mr. Warren?
Correct.
Okay, you can close that, Registrar. And could you pull up, Registrar, CIM 10146, period 0001. You can scroll down, Registrar, to the table of contents. I think it's 3. There we go. Mr. Ferguson, do you remember reviewing this report when you received it?
Not specifically, but that would have been the practice.
We're going to go first to the summary of, in fact, actually, we're going to stop right on the here for a moment. You'll see that there's the review of collisions, then there's a field investigation, then there's illumination review on this page. And that was what you expected in terms of some of the work that SEMA was going to do to prepare the report and the potential countermeasures?
Correct.
Okay, turning to the review of collisions. You can go to image 25, please. Actually, we should start one more up. If you can go to the image 24. There we go. So looking at the bottom half of this page, there's a summary of the collision review with overall findings and some critical locations. Did the information set out here, did that accord with the internal collision reviews that you and your staff had prepared?
Yes, it would have aligned. Yeah.
Was there anything surprising from SEMA's collision review?
I would say no.
Registrar, can you now go to the next image, 25? Had you and had your team internally done a median related collision review?
I don't recall specifically. I know I had looked at median type collisions. I don't recall how detailed it was.
Okay. This information in particular, the critical locations for median related collisions, was that useful to you in trying to think through appropriate countermeasures?
Yes, it's yeah, that was part of the scope for them to review and identifying any potential issues or locations. Yeah.
Okay. And one possible use would be to focus on critical locations for media-related collisions, and in fact, maybe put in some specific countermeasures only in those areas.
Correct.
That's one option. What did you think about the overall collision summary and the median-related collision summary in 2015, given the countermeasures that the city had implemented after the 2013 report?
Again, it wasn't, so there's a couple of aspects to that. One was around this point in time, I'm starting to study, learn more about Vision Zero road safety actions. So I'm looking at things through a Vision Zero lens with respect to the median barriers. And of course, the Vision Zero premise is to eliminate injury and fatality type collisions. So there's a big focus on the median aspect. We know they happen. We know that when they do occur, there's higher level of injuries that happen. So that's really what I'm kind of focusing on with respect to the medians. The collisions occurring, again, it wasn't really that big of a surprise to me.
Was it disappointing that not much progress had been made despite the countermeasures implemented since 2013?
I would say, excuse me, frustrating. Remember the 2013 studies focused a lot on the median or the on and off ramps. So not really comparative, but it's still to see collisions higher levels is obviously disappointing when you're involved in traffic, especially when a lot of them are being correlated to driver behavior.
Okay, I have a follow-up question to something you said before. You said you were looking at things through a Vision Zero lens with respect to median barriers. And Vision Zero is no deaths, no fatalities, no injuries. Is that right?
No serious injuries or fatalities. That's what the vision is.
And when it comes to median barriers, what's the concern about either the use of median barriers or the absence of median barriers when it comes to a Vision Zero strategy?
Well, from a non-use perspective, it obviously permits for vehicles to be able to potentially cross the facility into obviously the oncoming lanes. The addition of barriers, there's no guarantee it's going to stop serious injuries or fatalities. It may stop the crossover from occurring, but there is still a potential for obviously collisions. There's a potential for increasing the number of collisions because in the current process, a vehicle may leave the roadway and either end up in the shoulder or end up in the median without any physical contact. So in those cases, they're considered property damage only type collisions. Whereas if you put obviously a physical barrier in place, there's going to be a connection to it. There's also, of course, maintenance, increasing maintenance costs associated with that.
Okay. And also the potential that the car goes into the median barrier and then bounces back into the same lane in which they were driving, which can increase risk to other people on the roadway. Is that right?
That is a potential. Obviously, it depends on the type of barrier you're using.
Okay. Is this steel barrier less likely to do that?
No, steel barrier would be more likely to do that.
Okay. And a high tension.
High
barrier?
tension cable barrier will essentially the cable structure will absorb the pressure of the car and help to bring the car to a slow speed or a stop.
Okay. That was my first follow-up question from your answer. The second is, you said it's disappointing to see a lack of reduction in collisions, especially when a lot of them are being correlated to driver behavior. What did you mean by that?
Well, we know that there's collisions occurring in wet weather conditions. We know that there's a speed concern associated with the Red Hill. A number of the collision reports identify this lost control or speed too fast scenario, which are all driver behavior type issues. So it's clear there's a disregard for the posted speed limit, and when you add in those other weather environments, along with a number of other features, it only increases the potential for collisions occurring.
Okay. I think we'll come to this a little later, but one of the things in this report, and that comes out later, is that SEMA used 2013 speed data. Do you remember that?
Vaguely.
Okay, we'll come back to that. Recognizing it's frustrating or disappointing when there isn't a reduction in collisions after putting in countermeasures, and your references to these types of collisions in your mind being linked to driver behavior, were you seeing, or did you perceive that there was more speeding on the Red Hill than on other roads?
Well, I mean, you can't really correlate that because we're talking about a completely different facility compared to any other City of Hamilton roadways. So, you're talking about essentially a high-speed facility here that you don't have anywhere else in the City of Hamilton.
Except the link.
Yeah, but even there, you can't really use that as a true comparison because the geometrics are obviously very different, right?
Yep. Okay. Can we go to sorry, I just want to make sure I'm getting the right image number. image 38, please. And if you could pull up the top of image 30, if you could pull up image 39 as well, please. Full mainline illumination was warranted by SEMA. Do you remember having any conversations with anyone at SEMA about the illumination, its illumination review or its illumination recommendations?
Not specifically, no.
I think you can go to image 34, please. Sorry, I misspoke. It's page 34. It would be image 42. Thank you. That's perfect, Registrar. If you could call out 7.1.2. So much like the 2013 report, there's a reference to pavement friction playing a vital role. And then as the second paragraph, it says, because of the high proportion of wet surface conditions and single motor vehicle collisions, the city could consider undertaking pavement friction testing on the asphalt to get a baseline friction coefficient for which to compare. And then it provides a estimated cost. And it says, based on the results, the city may be in a better position to determine if further action is required. Did you understand that this was a recommendation to do further investigation in respect of friction?
Correct.
And did you understand that this investigative tool would then allow the city to be in a better position to determine if further action was required?
Yes.
Would it be traffic engineering that would be involved in the assessment of whether further action would be required?
No, that would fall into engineering.
And so given the references in this paragraph to the second paragraph, tests should be performed near locations with the highest frequency of wet surface collisions, especially curves, and the reference to because of the high proportion of wet surface condition and single motor vehicle collisions. So those two parts of this paragraph. Did you take that into account when you were considering how much of the issues on the Red Hill were related to driver behavior?
Sorry, can you repeat that?
Sure, I can rephrase it. I think it might be easier. Given these two comments and this recommendation for further investigative testing, did you turn your mind to that when you were considering whether speeding alone might account for the significantly high proportion of wet weather collisions on the Red Hill?
No, and the reason around that is, a motor vehicle collision is a series of small events that occur through a process. It looks at, what was obviously the weather conditions, road conditions, driver action, driver behavior, and then obviously, how does a person react in being involved in a collision? Even get into the fine details of vehicle condition. What are the conditions of the tires? What are the conditions of the brakes? Right through obviously police reporting and investigation. So there's a whole number of things that are involved when it comes to a motor vehicle collision. The primary area, or the primary area that's identified that causes a collision is driver behavior. I mean, that's throughout North America. You'll find that driver behavior, especially in poor weather conditions, is identified as a primary issue for those collisions.
Thank you. Commissioner, I know the time is, it's about 10 to 1. I'm moving to another topic now, which I think might be a lengthy topic. May I propose that we take our lunch a little early?
I think that'd be fine. We'll take our usual hour and 15 minutes. So if it's just about 10:02, we'll say we'll return at 2:05.
Thank you.
Stand adjourned until that time.
Mr. Ferguson. Picking up on a topic that we were dealing with before the lunch break. Registrar, can you bring up HAM 454? So this is the 10-page draft of the November 2013 staff report. It's your draft. And this morning, I asked you in respect of sorry, I'm just trying to get to the right paragraph. Image 6, pardon me, registrar, if you can go to image 6, I asked you in respect of the paragraph in addressing number 3 above. I suggested to you that the reference to friction testing in this paragraph was the reference to friction testing in this document, and you said you'd have to look, and I believe you've had a chance to review. Was I right in the assertion that I gave that this is the only reference?
Yes.
Thank you. Registrar, you can close that document. And if you could go into OD 7, page 44, paragraph 131. Thank you. So this is the bottom of image 1. And it's a meeting in September of 2015 with Mr. White and you, Mr. Warren, Mr. Cooper, and Mr. Malone and others at SEMA. Do you remember this meeting?
Not specifically, no.
There is a summary of the notes of this meeting, but it may be easier to actually look at the document itself. Registrar, can you go to CIM 9288? If this is more helpful to refresh your memory. So this is a meeting that occurred at 1375 Upper Ottawa. And you'll see that it says SEMA went through the findings and recommendations from both reports. And just stopping there, was it your experience with SEMA that they did these progress meetings?
Yes.
In the second bullet, Registrar, if you could pull that out for me. So it says here, the city requested inclusion in both reports relating to the variable message boards consistent with the overall traffic management program. What is the variable message boards and how does it relate to the traffic management program?
So at that time, we were working on developing an overall traffic management program that would allow us obviously to monitor operations on roadways. And the variable message boards are the large digital boards that you see on highways that provide messaging back to the motorists. So we were looking at a way to be able to tie those together and bring those into the city of Hamilton.
Okay, and what sort of messages were you hoping that SEMA might consider?
It's not so much them providing the messages, it's more just the correlation between the radar, the variable message boards and our traffic management program. Our plan was that we could use these message boards to provide road safety messaging to the motorists.
So that was not going to be a new countermeasure or a difference. It was just some context.
Yeah, so one of the issues was within the report, it identified radar message boards. So those are the signs that provide the board will provide you with what speed you're traveling at. But what we've found with those boards is where you had large volumes, it was very difficult to provide consistent messaging because it's constantly changing to other vehicles and picking up other things. So we were looking at these variable message boards instead.
Okay. Registrar, you can close that. The very last bullet seems to provide a revised final report by October 6, 2010, but we're in 2015, so I think that's just a typo. When was the staff report going to have to be finalized to be able to be included in the December 7th, 2015 update to PwC?
I don't remember specifically, but it would have been somewhere between mid to late October, early November.
So your anticipation was that you would have a revised final report from SEMA before having to finalize the staff report.
Correct.
Thank you, Registrar. You can close that and go back into OD7, page 42, please. So in paragraph 129, September 19th, you emailed Mr. White, copying Mr. Cooper Warren and Ms. Aquila, attaching a draft staff report. Do you recall if you were the primary and initial drafter of the staff report, or if it was one of your other staff?
No, it would have been the Mr. Cooper and Mr. Warren that would have, one of the two would have drafted the report.
Or Mr. DeClaire?
No.
Okay. So you'll see just the covering email here. I think I've answered my own question. The first line says, attaches a report that Stephen had completed and you'd reviewed and made some changes. And in that second numbered bullet there, Registrar, could you bring that up? I have identified. I've identified recommendations that specific departments would be responsible for action, but I've not yet circulated it to them. So I wanted you to review first in case you felt this would cause some issue. Do you want to close that down, Registrar? And then if you can call out the excerpt at paragraph 130, please. So this is in the document that where we were just looking at the email that attached it. You'll see it has engineering services is doing the first 4, forestry is doing the next 2, roads is doing the next one, Hamilton Police Service is doing the next one, and then there's a reference to speed limit, and then traffic operations and engineering, which you're now called, was doing the other identified countermeasures. Why was it that you thought identifying the specific departments would be beneficial?
As we I think mentioned before, things would get dropped. I found into within the traffic group to undertake these reviews, and often we would get questions about items that we really didn't have any jurisdiction on. So I wanted to make it clear who was responsible for what item, so that if council or anybody had a question, they knew exactly who to go to.
Okay, and you were saying things would get dropped. Did you have any concern about things getting dropped by forestry or roads in the past?
No, and when I say drop, sorry, I mean that's the wrong term. We would be asked to, facilitate these types of reports for essentially all public works. So, we're writing this report, but there's sections that obviously we don't have jurisdiction on. So it's a case where I'm trying to clearly identify who's responsible for what.
Okay. And is that because in the past, engineering services had not completed the 2013 SEMA recommendations?
No, it's not anything to do with that. It's just a case where if this goes to council or committee as is, it gets approved. And again, people know who's responsible for what.
Okay. Registrar, you can close that down. And if you could call up HAM 43023, please. So this is the document that we've been, that we were just looking at the recommendations for. So this is a recommendation report.
Yes.
Why was this a recommendation report rather than an information report?
Sorry, why is it a recommendation rather than a
Information report.
Can't really answer the question. I suspect it's the direction we were given to prepare a recommendation report.
Okay, so this is a report that's dealing both with the link, the SEMA link safety review and the Red Hill safety review,
Correct.
both those being completed in 2015.
Correct.
And so in that way, they are similar to the staff report prepared in follow-up to the 2013 SEMA report.
Correct.
Okay. And does that assist you with understanding why this is a recommendation report versus the other one was an information report?
No, the only thing I'd say is the 2013 started off as a recommendation report.
Okay. And it wasn't your decision to change it to an information report. I think you've given that evidence. Is that right?
Correct.
Registrar, could you go down to image 3, please? So I've skipped over that summary of the link and the link report. And could you call out, Registrar, the 2 paragraphs under Red Hill Valley Parkway? You'll see here there's a reference to the number of collisions, the type of collisions, and the specific circumstances or conditions that were in effect during the collisions, i.e. median related barrier collisions or daylight collisions. That's in the first paragraph. There's also a reference to approximately 500 vehicles per day have been recorded traveling in excess of 430 kilometers an hour. And that was taken right from the SEMA report. Is that right?
I believe so, yes.
Do you recall where SEMA got the speed data to include that statement?
I don't recall specifically.
Okay, we'll come back to that. In the second paragraph, there's a reference to illumination and that it was considered to increase safety by providing drivers with improved nighttime visibility. And then there's a reference to 37% of collisions being occurred during non-daylight conditions. Therefore, a review of illumination was part of the scope of the study. So would you agree with me that these two paragraphs provide significantly more detail about SEMA's collision assessment than the 2013 report did?
Yes, it does.
Why did you think it would be useful to council, or pardon me, to the PwC to have this information?
Well, this is overall the two reports are more detailed and comprehensive review of the parkways. And so it's important to have this type of information.
Okay. Registrar, can you close that out and go to the next image, please? And so here you have set out countermeasures. And am I correct that those are the countermeasures that are just lifted from the summary of countermeasures in the SEMA 2015 report?
I believe that's correct, yes.
And you've identified which section or which department would be responsible for each countermeasure?
Yes.
And you've included all of them, including countermeasures that were determined to be long-term countermeasures. Is that right?
Correct. Everything's in one, yes.
You close that down and go back to OD7, page 42, paragraph 129. So you're sending this to Mr. Martin and others. Why did you want Mr. Martin to review the way that you had separated out the responsibilities? When you say, in case you felt this would cause some issue, what issue were you concerned about?
The issue with respect to identifying other groups within our report, that they were responsible for those things.
But that wouldn't be an issue if you contacted them and you got buy-in from them, right?
Sorry, say that again?
It wouldn't be an issue if you contacted those other departments and got buy-in to proceed in this way.
Correct. And I don't believe that we had contacted them with respect to a copy of the report at this time, I don't think.
Is it common that final reports are separated by division like this?
The way I've put the recommendations together?
Yeah.
Not necessarily, no.
So this was something specifically you were doing about these projects to ensure that the responsibility was appropriately allocated?
Yes.
Registrar, can you pull up the next image? Apologies, the next image, page 44. Thank you. And so did Mr. White sign off on your proposed plan to separate out by division?
I don't remember specifically. I would say I assume yes.
Okay. You sent Mr. Moore a pardon me, you sent Mr. Moore an email where you have these all separated out. And so you wouldn't have done that without Mr. White signing off. Is that fair to say?
Correct.
You also sent one to Betty Matthews Malone. She didn't have any comments. Do you recall that? And no substantive comments. Do you
No,
recall that?
no, I don't recall it.
Okay. Registrar, can you go to page 45, paragraph 134, please? So in the email, which we just sort of jumped over, you asked Mr. Moore if he was okay with those recommendations that related to engineering services. And this was his response. Do you recall receiving this response from Mr. Moore?
Vaguely.
And he says under number 1, you can take engineering services off every line. We don't do investigations. We do programming, design, and tender and construction supervision. Maybe just for you, it might actually be easier if we have this up with the recommendations. Registrar, can you call it at the same time? Paragraph 129. Oh, I misspoke. Sorry, it's paragraph 130. Just to be able, because he's using numbering as well. So I just want to ensure I'm using numbering. And registrar, you actually only need to pull out the first half of this, which is from A to E. Just so it's easy for all of us to read. Perfect. There we go. Mr. Ferguson, can you read both of these?
Yes.
Great. So he says you can take engineering services off every line. We don't do investigations. We do programming, design, and tender and construction supervision. Looking at the recommendations that you had drafted and sent to Mr. Moore, do you agree that they were inappropriate for engineering services given the scope of engineering services work?
No.
Why not?
Those are all forms of engineering services works that they would have to be involved with.
To your knowledge, does engineering services find funding and engage in funding analysis?
Yeah, I'm they're at that time they, lack of a better word, they held the budgets. They created the budget fundings, allocated funds towards various projects. That was kind of the process.
Thank you. And in terms of investigating the high tension steel cable median barrier installation and shield rock cuts, would you view that as part of programming, design, or construction?
Yes, it would all be part of that because I mean it's not as simple, obviously, as just going out and installing. There has to be a review completed from a engineering perspective of what would actually be required to actually install those items.
And would that review also include some input from traffic engineering about the safety perspectives of doing those tasks?
Yeah, I mean, we would have, obviously we've done this report and it's sort of identified within the report. So we would have provided that information.
In his second point in the email that's on the left-hand side, he says, what is friction going to tell you if you don't have anything to compare it to? There's no provincial database or guideline. The MTO will never discuss this with you because it opens up an entire line of liability on every road. Was it your understanding as of September 2015 that Mr. Moore had friction testing done on the Red Hill?
No.
Was your understanding that he had not done friction testing?
We had received no update from the 2013 report that I was aware of that had suggested there had been work completed.
Okay, so your assumption at this point was that Mr. Moore had not done any friction testing in response to the 2013 report?
Correct.
And was it also your understanding that he had not done, engineering services had not done friction testing for any other reason?
Correct. Yes.
Did you reach out to Mr. Moore in respect of that statement to confirm whether engineering services had conducted friction testing at any point?
No, I believe I ended up forwarding this off to management.
Okay. In terms of funding, the recommendation in its C is that engineering services be directed to complete pavement friction testing on the RHVP in its entirety at an estimated cost of $40,000 to be funded from the 2016 engineering operating budget. Just so I'm clear in terms of timing, had the 2016 engineering operating budget been set by September of 2015?
Staff would have submitted their requests with respect to what their operations budget's going to look like by this point, but it wouldn't have been finalized or approved.
Okay. And would Mr. Moore, as the director of engineering, be in charge of finding funds and arranging for funds?
Yes.
If this recommendation was accepted in this form?
Yes.
And would it also be engineering services who would arrange for the testing?
That's correct.
Registrar, would you mind closing out the call out on the left-hand side and calling out paragraph 4? Just a little cut off at the bottom, just so we can all see it better. Thank you. Mr. Moore also said, we have said over and over, illumination of the Red Hill or link is never going to happen, so stop asking. The approval is based on no illumination for environmental reasons. It is unaffordable, unsustainable, and unnecessary. It would be an 8 to 12 million project plus protection, barriers, guide rail, and then the maintenance costs. Who did you understand he meant when he said, we have said over and over? Who's the we?
I would, engineering services.
Who was supposed to stop asking, if it was clear to you?
I read it as counsel, essentially.
Did you view Mr. Moore's comments as consistent with the direction from PwC regarding the SEMA study and what SEMA was to consider?
I'd say no. I mean, he's providing his opinions on things, but doesn't really align with what this scope of the study was.
In your view, given the direction from council, were staff required to provide a report that responded to questions of full illumination on the Red Hill?
That was one of the things we identified, yes.
And that was a requirement by staff, given the council's direction?
Yes.
At this point, did you have any deeper knowledge than you did in 2013 about environmental constraints that might affect the ability to illuminate the Red Hill?
No.
Thank you. You can close those call outs. And registrar, if you can call out the very first paragraph that says, Dave, sorry, I wasn't aware, in paragraph 134. Thanks. So Mr. Moore says, I need to see it and it needs to be discussed at DMT or at least with John, Jerry, and myself before it goes. And anyway, in any event, here's my comments. What is DMT?
That's the department management team, I believe.
Is that director level discussions?
I believe so, yes.
You didn't attend those?
No.
Do you know how often those occur?
I don't. No.
Registrar, you can close that call out and go to page 45, paragraph 136, please. Could you bring up the prior image as well? Thank you. So just for continuity, you flipped, as you, I think you gave evidence today, flipped Mr. Moore's email to Mr. Mader and Ms. Domenico. Who is Ms. Domenico? Oh, pardon me, you copied her.
Who is she? So, Ms. Domenico, I can't remember her specific title, their manager. So she was brought in and was doing this financial planning and policy development.
Did you understand her to be related to the Red Hill project in any way?
Not at that time, no.
Did you later come to learn that she'd had some connection to the Red Hill project?
I don't recall specifically.
Okay. So you'll see at the top of the page, the image 2, paragraph 136, you have an email from Mr. Mader, who's copied initially by Mr. Moore, saying, Fergie, we should sit down and to review these, please. Shar, that's his assistant, find some time for Dave, Martin, so Mr. White, Jeff, Mr. Lepton, and I to review. Do you recall at this meeting with Mr. Mader, Mr. White, Mr. Lepton, and yourself took place?
I don't recall.
You don't recall whether it happened or not?
Yeah, I don't have any recollection of it.
Okay. Do you remember anything about the instructions from Mr. Mader, Mr. Martin, Mr. White, and Mr. Lepton about how to deal with Mr. Moore?
No, I don't.
This seems pretty significant in terms of not being able to, in terms of how you've tried to draft these recommendations. But what was the plan to try to deal with this apparent conflict between engineering services and traffic engineering up at the drafting of this staff report?
And I'm sorry, I just don't recall. I don't remember it at all, to be honest with you.
Okay.
Sorry.
Registrar, can you go to call out 138, which is on image 2 there? So just in terms of time, on October 7, SEMA sent the final reports for the Link and the Red Hill review projects, similar to that timeline that they had given you at that meeting. Did you review these when they came in?
I don't remember specifically, but I'm sure I did.
Okay. Registrar, you can close that. And can you pull up HAM 672, please? So this is that report. You've now seen at least one draft, maybe more of this, of these. Registrar, can you go to image 26, please? And to the paragraphs and the crosses up at the top underneath potential contributing factors for collisions. Did you agree that a high proportion of wet surface conditions suggested that one or more of the following conditions might be present? Then it has inadequate skid resistance, hazardous maneuvers, and excessive speed.
Yes,
Are those generally the three things that that might be contributing factors to a high proportion of wet surface conditions?
from a high level perspective, yes.
And it's important to consider all three possible factors as contributing. Is that fair?
That is fair.
And try to either reduce their impact to reduce collisions. Is that also fair?
Agreed.
Registrar, can you go to image 57, please? So this is the summary table. You've now seen a number of these tables. This is the one in the October 7th version. And you'll see, is it big enough?
Yeah, no, you're good.
You'll see that it's been divided into short-term options, which include things like trimming vegetation, installing slippery when wet signs, conducting pavement friction, and doing speed feedback signs. Those are all, for example, under the short-term options, right?
Correct.
And then under, doesn't say it like this, but under the long-term options, they just say long-term, there's install continuous illumination and install high-tension cable guide rail. And there's construction costs. There's anticipated costs for those two as well. You see that?
Correct.
Registrar, can you pull out the section in between short-term total and grand total? So here SEMA has provided some notes, install continuous illumination, and then the note is requires sound evaluation of context for a surrounding network and environment, and an environmental assessment will be required. Had you conveyed the nuances of SEMA's recommendation to Mr. Moore when you met with him?
I don't remember specifically. I'm sure we would have touched base on it.
Or apologies, I actually meant in that email exchange that you had.
Oh, sorry. No, I don't recall if we included a copy of the report.
You did not, just in terms of time, you didn't have a copy of this draft of the report.
Okay. Sorry.
No, it's fine. I didn't mean to confuse you. The tension guide rail, is that a type of median barrier?
Yes.
And when it says consider effective median related collisions of countermeasures to reduce speed and wet surface collision, what does that mean in terms of what the city's next steps would be in assessing this as a long-term option?
Essentially, what it is saying is implement the other measures prior to considering to see if they have an impact on the median collisions that are occurring.
Okay. You can close this out, Registrar. Thank you. And can you go to OD 7, page 46, paragraph 139? If you can just call out the paragraph 138 on, 139 on image 1. So you had the back and forth with Mr. Moore in late September, and then Mr. Mader said, let's have a discussion. You can't remember that meeting. On October 20, Mr. Malone and other SEMA reps met with Mr. Moore, you, and Mr. White to discuss the 2015 SEMA report and the 2015 link report. Do you remember that meeting?
No, I don't.
Registrar, can you bring up CIM 9287, please? So this says that it is a meeting that is at 1375 Upper Ottawa. Does that assist with refreshing your memory?
No, sorry.
That's okay. So at the, before the dotted line, there's references to the link report, and then after is references to the Red Hill. If you could pull out, Registrar, the 6th bullet in the points discussed. Discussion followed. This is in respect of the link report. Mr. Moore believes benefits do not offset costs and says the current situation reflects the risk the city is willing to assume. This is in respect of median barrier. Do you remember Mr. Moore providing comments on the costs and benefits of the median barrier?
I do remember, I mean, not specific to this, but I do remember he did raise issues with the costing that SEMA had identified in the report and felt that the costings associated were low.
What did you understand, if anything, about his comment that the current situation reflects the risk the city is willing to assume?
To be honest with you, I don't remember the meeting, reading it. Again, that's his opinion.
Okay. Registrar, can you close that call out, please? Can you call out the last 4 bullet points, please? So this is on the Red Hill, and Mr. Malone summarized it, reference to BM. And Mr. Moore stated that friction testing was conducted recently following standards and resulted satisfactory. Do you remember Mr. Moore making this comment at this meeting?
I don't, unfortunately.
I think your evidence has been that Mr. Moore had not provided you with an update about friction testing. Was this the first update that you received from him about the status of friction testing on the Red Hill?
It would have been based on what is there.
And so you had not heard before that testing had been completed and the results were satisfactory?
Correct.
At this meeting, did you or your colleagues ask Mr. Moore to commit to doing friction testing again in response to the 2015 SEMA report?
Well, I don't remember this meeting, so I can't really speak to what we said or what was said. But we've identified it in the 2015 report for friction testing along the whole facility.
Recognizing what your evidence has been about your recollection at this meeting, did Mr. Moore agree to conduct another friction test?
Well, again, it's in the 2015 report. I can't, again, speak specifically to this meeting or anything that was discussed because I just don't remember it.
Okay.
In the future, obviously, he does.
Can you close this registrar and go to the next image? And call out the second bullet, please. So Mr. Moore is recorded as preferring to use the term, quote, potential solutions instead of, quote, recommendations. And that the city will consider all required contacts to make decisions. Did you see a difference between these two phrases in substance?
Not specifically, no, because I mean, we write reports and provide recommendations, and we're going to be identify what work we're going to be doing. So to me, the answer would be no. I don't. It's a play on words.
Okay. Would you agree that recommendations has a stronger meaning than potential solutions?
I would agree.
Do you think it is appropriate to ask a consultant to change its terminology in its consultation, in its reports?
Well, through the process of dealing with consultants, you always have discussions and interactions, and staff will provide suggestions or options or things that want to be modified within the report. It's always up to the consultant to determine whether or not they're willing to accept those changes. So that's kind of how it operates.
Okay. So in your view, it's okay to ask, and it's up to the consultant to accept or reject that ask. Registrar, you can close this out, and if you can pull up page 47 of OD7, paragraph 140. Actually, can you also call it 141, 140 and 141 together? So after that meeting, SEMA provided a final draft for internal circulation, and Mr. White forwarded that to Mr. Mader, Mr. Lupton, and Mr. Moore. Do you know whether Mr. Moore had a copy of the SEMA report and the SEMA link report before this meeting, before the meeting with SEMA?
I don't recall specifically.
Okay. And Mr. Moore did provide comments on both reports, didn't he?
Yes, he did.
Registrar, can you bring up HAM 690? And I believe it's the native version. It will be a PDF version, but I think it's been identified as a native version. Thank you. Can you make that sorry, I'm just trying to figure out the best way to look at this. Can you close out the comments on the right-hand side and make it, Maybe just a little bit bigger. Okay, let's see if this works. Mr. Ferguson, do you recall that the document that Mr. Moore sent you had both strike throughs and sticky notes as Mr. Moore's comments?
Yes.
Okay. Registrar, can you go first to image 8? I feel like that's a bit small for me to read, and I know you can't do a call out here. Can you increase the font size? Thank you. Mr. Ferguson, can you read that?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Registrar, could you hover on the text that has the red strikeout? Mr. Ferguson, was it your understanding that the red strikeout was Mr. Moore's revision to this document?
Yes.
Okay. I suspect if we hover in perfectly in the right way, Mr. Moore's name will come up, but it's not happening. So, but it was you hadn't deleted anything. This was Mr. Moore's proposed deletion?
That's correct.
And did he explain orally why he thought that these 3 paragraphs or parts of paragraphs should be taken out?
I don't believe so, no.
He didn't leave you with any impression that the facts in here were incorrect?
No, that I'm aware of.
Registrar, can you go to image 34, please? Okay, so at the top here, there's another strike through. That was also Mr. Moore's strike through.
Yes.
SEMA had recommended that given the existing proportion of wet pavement collisions, 50%, oversized slippery when wet signs should be used in the study area. And that struck out. And then at the right-hand side, Registrar, can you click on that? Can you click on the gray box, please? That's not going to be super helpful. Is there a way to expand it so we can see it all in one box? There we go. That's perfect. Thank you. And Mr. Moore's comment is absolutely not. The sign should say drive according to road conditions. Just stopping there. Is there a sign that says drive according to road conditions? Like a standard sign?
Not in the OTMs, no. I wanted to make
I'm going to
it,
say the road is not slipperier when wet any more than any other road. In your view, is that statement consistent with the collision history analysis SEMA performed in 2013 and 2015?
not based on their reporting.
In fact, SEMA had suggested that it did have a higher proportion of wet weather collisions than provincial averages or other City of Hamilton roads, right?
Yes, it did.
He also says the geometrics and the increased speed profile make it seem like it is slippery when wet. I can't increase the skid resistance. To your knowledge, are there methods by which the skid resistance of a roadway can be increased?
I can't speak to that.
I'm not asking as your analysis of pavement, but as a road safety a person with significant road safety experience. Are you aware of how one might increase friction on pavement?
Again, I can't speak to that. Throughout my career, I've never been involved in a situation like this, dealing with skid resistance. So it's never been something that I've studied or investigated.
Okay. Registrar, can you go to image 42, please? This one's a bit trickier in terms of identifying the sticky notes. Registrar, can you click on the first sticky note and the second? So it says, the purpose of slippery and wet signs is to advise drivers that the surface of the roadway has significantly reduced wet weather skid resistance. So competent drivers are aware that the friction of the road surface is reduced in wet weather. I think that sticky note says, so does every other road in Ontario. Did you have any comment on Mr. Moore's comment there?
I read much of this as Gary just providing his opinion.
Okay. Did you understand his opinion to be that the Red Hill did not have significantly reduced wet weather skid resistance?
No, that's not how I was reading it.
Okay. How are you reading it?
Again, I just, to be honest with you, I didn't put a lot of weight into these types of comments. We had a consultant prepare this report and provide recommendations within that report. They're seen as a reputable consulting firm. So I'm going to follow what SEMA is saying rather than Mr. Moore's opinions on things.
Okay. But you'd agree that you did need to understand his opinions to be able to try to get this project completed and before the PWC by December 7th, as they requested, right?
Where it was relevant to him, yes.
Registrar, can you click on the third of the stickies that is over top of the word criteria? And so this is another comment from Mr. Moore. It says, we know the reason excess speed. And it's in response to SEMA's comment where no identifiable reason for more than 1/3 of the collisions on any given road are occurring in wet pavement. Did you agree with Mr. Moore that the reason for the collisions was excessive speed?
Well, overall, the report identifies the higher speed values, and they are a contributing factor to the collisions that are occurring. They do identify that there are other collisions that occur that don't have any information that suggests speed or driver behavior type actions.
Can you go to image 38, please? Mr. Moore makes one comment here. There is no sense at looking at the warrant for something that can't and won't be considered. Public Works Committee did want to consider illumination on the Red Hill, right?
Correct.
You said earlier you didn't take these comments. You took these comments as Mr. Moore's opinions. How did you view this particular comment?
Again, I mean, that's his professional opinion based on the information that had been provided to date. Appreciated and respected his position. But again, I still felt that it was the requirement of council and its expectation of council that we did review it. Whatever comes out of it, comes out of it, but at least we had reviewed it and provide that information.
Okay. Registrar, can you go to image 54, please? Under a recommendation to conduct pavement friction testing, Mr. Moore said, and this is not a sticky note, it's the red language there, at least, am I correct that that's Mr. Moore's inclusion?
I believe so, yes.
It says, I don't have any frame of reference to pass or fail this against. The week before at the meeting, Mr. Moore, we went to the minutes of that meeting, had said friction testing done and results satisfactory. How did you square that comment that friction testing had been done and results satisfactory with this comment, I don't have any frame of reference to pass or fail this against?
Yeah, unfortunately, I don't, because I don't remember that previous meeting or the comment made, unfortunately.
Just stopping there just so that we're very clear on your evidence, that those October minutes do say he said that. Do you recall in October 20th, receiving information from Mr. Moore that friction test results had been completed?
Again, I don't recall, only based on what I've read.
Okay.
Here. I don't specifically remember the meeting or that discussion.
Okay. Well, taking yourself back to late October 2015, presumably you would have remembered that. It was only the week before. Did you take any steps to try to square to take any further steps to try to understand what Mr. Moore meant by this statement at the time?
No, with this report and with these comments, I believe I forward them off to management. I felt that based on the comments being made, it was an issue that had to have management involved to deal with.
Okay. Page 41, please. Image 41, apologies. So here we've gone to this a few times in various drafts. Am I right in my understanding that Mr. Moore wanted to, just by the way the strikes are, that he wanted to delete the entire reference to the section on perform friction testing? That was your understanding?
Yes.
Registrar, can you open up the comment box a little more? Do you have any knowledge about whether other agencies in Ontario did friction testing?
No.
And do you have any knowledge about the MTO's friction management program, if any?
No, I do not.
And Mr. Moore says it means absolutely nothing except proving potential exposure to legal actions and confusion. Do you have any views about that statement as it relates to legal actions?
I didn't agree with the statement, if that's what you're asking me.
did you have any concerns about any of the potential countermeasures in this report would expose the city to potential legal actions?
No,
Is that the kind of consideration or kind of factor that you would have considered in assessing the SEMA report?
that it would open us up to legal action?
Yeah.
No, because I mean, within traffic, we identify concerns, safety issues, and when we identify them, we move forward to implement the countermeasures that are identified. So, I don't think of it as, or is it going to create legal action or anything like that? I don't look at it that way.
Okay. And sometimes in your job, you're improving something that's already safe. Is that fair to say, sort of generally?
Improving something that's already safe?
Yeah, you're making it more safe.
Yes, you can, yes.
But other times you're actually dealing with deficiencies in safe access. Is that also fair to say?
Correct. You're brought, a concern is brought forward, you do a study, you identify potential issues and identify ways to address those issues, and you implement those. That is our job in traffic.
And you implement them, even if implementing them might reveal that there was a safety deficiency.
Whatever that may be, yes, we're moving forward to try to improve safety.
Did you take Mr. Moore's comments, any of his comments in the SEMA report back to SEMA to try to get more information to respond to Mr. Moore?
I don't believe so. As I said, I believe I sent this on to management group to make them aware and for them to deal with it.
Okay. Registrar, you can close this out, and if you can open up OD page 55, paragraph 165. Sorry, so you don't have to call it out, Registrar, but this is the just confirmation. You forwarded Mr. Moore's email and his proposed revisions on the SEMA report to Mr. White and Mr. Lupton and Mr. Mader. Is that you're referring to sending it to them? Is that
correct?
Okay. And then if you look to the second image at paragraph 170, you'll see Mr. Mader responds. He's talking about the timing. He also says, I know you gents are working on a draft cover report for Gary and LTO review with Jerry. Can you call that out? Thank you. Did you understand that Mr. Moore, Mr. Mader, and Mr. Davis would be meeting to discuss this issue?
No.
What did you understand when you said you sent it to management? What did you understand management was going to do with Mr. Moore's comments, if anything?
Well, my hope would have been that they would have reviewed and had a discussion at a senior level with the appropriate people to come to some type of resolution with respect to his comments.
Okay. Do you Never mind, I'm gonna take that back. If you can, I'm just looking at the time. It is 3:15 and I'm about to move on to another topic. So I don't, again, go 10 minutes after our regular break. Commissioner, would this be a good time to take our regular break?
I think it'd be a good time. Let's adjourn until 3:30.
Thank you. Thank you. Registrar, can you pull up OD 7, page 58 and 59, please? And apologies, just before we go forward, I'd like to mark the native version of HAM 690 with those comments as the next exhibit, which is exhibit 64.
Noted, Council. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks. Registrar, can you go back one image so that you have 57 and 58 up? Thank you, and my apologies, just so that I can orient. Mr. Ferguson, can you go back one more image to 56 and 57? Thank you. Just on the bottom at paragraph 171, Mr. Ferguson, you'll see on October 30th, Mr. White forwarded the email that we were just looking at, Mr. Mader's email about the meeting with Gary Moore, Jerry Davis, and Mr. Mader, that reference to you and to Mr. Lupton. So I think I asked you before the break, were you aware that Mr. Mader, Mr. Moore, and Jerry Davis were going to meet? And it does appear that you were forwarded that email. Do you have a recollection that you knew that there was going to be a meeting between those three individuals?
Just based on what I'm reading, I don't recollect what you're saying, but based on what's in front of me.
Okay. And Mr. White included some in the email and forwarding that email. He said up at the top of page 57, and Registrar, if you could pull this out. He says, first, Dave, can you make those minor changes in the rec section to read the actions are by the GM PW and then send it to me again? Am I correct that that is a direction to you to change the division specific recommendations to be completed by the general manager of Public Works?
Correct.
Were you involved in any discussions that led to that being the drafting that was going to be done?
No, I was not.
And you'll see that in the second paragraph, Mr. White says, after that, I'm not sure what to say. It wrecks the guardrail and lighting review and asphalt testing, all the things Gary argues against. Despite that, I believe them to be prudent and required that we do this ethically and technically responsibly. Did you agree with Mr. White's statements that I just quoted?
Yes.
Did you agree that the countermeasures set out in SEMA's report were justified given SEMA's analysis?
Yes.
And did you agree that those countermeasures were appropriate to improve safety?
Yes.
Did you agree that those countermeasures were necessary to improve safety?
Yes.
Mr. White, the third paragraph says, frankly, I think Chris Murray should be on the discussions. Chris Murray, the city manager, is that right?
Yes.
And were you aware that Mr. Murray was involved in the construction of the Red Hill?
Yes.
To your knowledge, did Mr. Murray ever get looped in on these discussions?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. Registrar, you can close that call it. Thank you. You'll see in paragraph 172 on November 2nd, you modified the report to make it a little more general. You see that? Sorry, it's not very, I haven't called it out.
That's okay.
Paragraph 172.
Yep. Yeah, I see it.
So here you've done a revised Red Hill Link report. Just before we get into this report, do you recall having any other meetings with Mr. Moore between the October 20th meeting with SEMA and the preparation of this revised version of the Red Hill Link report?
There was a meeting. I don't remember the specific time period. It's within this area, from receiving his comments to finalizing the report, that was held at the Civic Center with Mr. Moore, Mr. Malone, I believe Mr. Lupton was there, Mr. Mader, and Mr. White.
So this meeting occurred in the brief window after Mr. Moore provided you with his comments on October 28, and when you finalized the report.
That's correct.
And Mr. Malone attended for a second time along with the city staff that you listed?
Correct. There might have been another representative from SEMA, but I can't remember specifically.
But Mr. Malone was definitely there?
Yes.
What was the purpose of this second meeting with Mr. Malone and other senior staff from the city?
It was primarily to listen to Mr. Moore's comments with respect to the report.
Did he reiterate the comments that he made in the sticky notes that we've just gone through?
I don't remember the whole conversation specifically. In a roundabout way, I would say yes, it was maybe not every single one, more specific to items related to Mr. Moore.
Said it was to listen to Mr. Moore. What did you understand the outcome of that meeting was going to be?
There were some suggested changes to the layout of the report, moving things around within the report. SEMA was going to take the comments back and review whether or not they supported those changes.
Okay, can you be more specific about, excuse me, the formatting changes that that were discussed?
Yeah, so for example, in the previous draft of the report, I believe the barrier information was near the top in terms of recommended items, and then in the final version of the report, it's one of the last items that's identified.
What do you recall about any discussion around friction testing?
I don't recall any discussion around friction testing.
Is that to say that you're confident there was no discussion about friction testing, or you just can't remember either way?
I just can't remember.
Do you recall whether there was any discussion about the timing of friction testing, that is being short-term, medium-term, or long-term at that meeting?
No, I don't recall.
You just don't recall either way?
Yeah, I don't recall either way.
Coming out of this meeting, did you believe that Mr. Moore was going to sign on to the recommendations set out in the SEMA report?
Yes.
Is there anything else that you can remember about that meeting?
Well, as I said, the only thing I remember was Mr. Malone saying that he would essentially take the comments under advisement and he would review and determine whether they were comfortable with making any changes that had come up.
In terms of a chronology, did that happen before you revised the report and sent it to Mr. Mader, Mr. Lupton, and Mr. White on November 2nd? It says further to our discussion today. I'm just not sure what discussion that was, if it was the one with Mr. Moore, for example.
No, I don't believe it's referencing that meeting we're talking about.
Okay. Registrar,
I met with Mr. White on a regular basis, almost daily. So we were always having discussions.
okay. Registrar, can you bring up HAM 24539? So this is the revised draft that you put together, the one that you sent on November 2nd. And it has 4 recommendations. The second one being that the general manager of Public Works be directed to implement the collision countermeasures outlined in the report. That Hamilton Police Service be directed to undertake regular speed and aggressive driving enforcement, and that the speed limit be reduced for a section of on Mud Street between Winterberry Drive and the Red Hill Main Line.
Just for clarification, that's on Mud Street, correct?
On Mud Street,
Okay.
going up to the main line. Is that your recollection?
Yes, that's correct.
And was that to reduce the speed of vehicles accessing the Red Hill?
That was actually primarily for vehicles exiting the Red Hill or the link.
Registrar, can you bring up pages 1 and images 1 and 2, please? Thank you. So you set out the Red Hill and link first, and no longer has in the countermeasures table the department responsible, but now it has the time period implementation. So I'm going to skip past the link countermeasures, except to note that there is an install median barrier system for the link as well recommended in a long term. And then Registrar, if you can go to the next image, please. So this is where the Red Hill starts. And then if you could, Registrar, bring up this image and image 4, please. And so here you have it as well, with the link included the time period implementation. And you have a number of short-term matters. Registrar, can you pull out the table, call it the table, please? You have listed conduct pavement friction testing as a medium in that time period implementation. You see that?
Yes.
SEMA had noted this as a short-term recommendation. Why is it listed as a medium-term recommendation here?
So one of the things we wanted to do here was we wanted to lay out the format in similar nature to the previous report. We identified short-term as quick wins. If you may remember in the original report, SEMA identifies short-term as 0 to 5 years, but we wanted to identify areas where we could move more quickly on. So we identified short-term, I believe, as 0 to 2, and then medium term is 2 to 5. So it's still aligned with what SEMA's position of short term was. But we wanted to identify these other measures that we could get implemented to be able to start evaluating the roadway.
Okay. And why was it that pavement friction testing would be completed in 2 to 5 years instead of 0 to 2 years?
Again, it gave us the opportunity to evaluate if any of those additional changes that we're proposing would make a difference on what's occurring on the roadway.
Whose decision was it to identify pavement friction testing as a medium term?
I don't recall specifically.
Just giving you a chance to try to think back in your mind. Do you have any sense of who gave you the instructions?
No, I don't. I mean, it would have been a management direction and discussion with management, but I don't know specifically who it was.
When you say management, who are you referring to?
Either Mr. White or Mr. Lupton or Mr. Mater.
Okay, and did you understand that any direction that you got from your bosses was actually coming from Mr. Moore?
Potentially, I would say yes. Obviously, I wasn't involved in any of those other discussions at the higher levels. So I would say I made an assumption that that's probably where it might be coming from.
Okay, so just so I understand your evidence, you didn't take the initiative to make this change. Someone told you to do it?
Yes, that would have been a direction.
You said that you want easy wins, low-hanging fruit. Did anyone tell you why pavement friction testing wasn't low-hanging fruit or wasn't an easy win?
No.
In the discussions that you did have with Mr. Moore, the meetings that you've already testified to, do you recall having any discussions about the time frame for conducting pavement friction testing?
No.
Registrar, you can take this down. And if you can bring up OD7, page 58, paragraph 176 and 177, please. Oh, I might have misspoke at 176 and 177 rather than 177 and 178. Thank you. So this is a couple of days after you've circulated your draft, the one we were just looking at. Mr. White emails you and says, did Jerry, John, and Gary approve the last draft of the report? And just looking back, and perhaps Registrar, you can bring this up. if you could bring up paragraph 172, do you recall sending the draft of this to Mr. Moore? Just looking at 172, you sent it to Mr. Mader, Mr. Lepton, and Mr. White. Do you remember sending it by email or dropping off a copy for Mr. Moore?
No, I don't.
Okay. Going back to 176 and 177, Mr. White says, did they approve? And you said yes and no. Let's say I have some work to do tonight and tomorrow I'll send it to you once I update it again. What work did you have to do tonight and tomorrow to get the draft in a shape that you thought Jerry, John, and Gary would approve?
There would have been, I guess, again, I'm just going to have to assume here because I don't recall specifically, but there was obviously edits that were requested to be made to the report.
You don't remember the nature of those edits?
No, I don't.
Do you remember how those edits were communicated to you? Is it in a meeting?
I don't specifically. I have a vague remembrance that I believe I met with John Mader. Mr. Mader and I were in the same office, so we were in close proximity to each other, and I believe I may have met Mr. Mader in his office to go over whatever the changes were.
Okay, Registrar, can you go over to the next page, please? Keep these two images up so that 50 it is on the left and 59 is on the right. Thank you. Ms. Aquila, I'm looking in 178. She's an assistant, right?
Yeah, she was Mr. White's assistant.
Okay, so she sent an email to, I believe, Mr. Lepton's assistant, copying Mr. Lepton, copying Mr. White, and copying you. And she says, Martin has reviewed the report and is in agreement. Please have Jeff review and approve. Note section under legal implications, Jeff to comment after discussion with legal. Just stopping there. Is it common for traffic engineering to get legal to look at recommendation reports?
It's not unusual.
Okay. Looking at 179, Registrar, can you call out 179, please? So here, Mr. Lepton gives you some direction, and he wants the title to look a certain way, options for consideration and estimated costing. He wants to remove medium-term options and combine into one table, to remove conduct speed enforcement, to add a 25% contingency, and to make a table for medium and long-term together. So just going into what he was looking at and the changes that you made coming out of this. Can you close that, Registrar? And I'm going to bring up a version that you later sent to Mr. Malone because I think it's probably the clearest way to look at it. Can you bring up CIM 9879? Oh, CIM 9879, period 0001. And can you put up image 1 and 2, please? Thank you. So looking at the recommendations, looking at the first two recommendations, they've been altered since the last draft that we looked at. And you see A says, General Manager of Public Works be directed to implement the short-term safety options for consideration identified in Appendix A. and that these will be funded from the red light camera reserve, and that staff needs to report back. And B, the design with requests to the medium and long-term items in Appendix B will be deferred pending the outcome of the Transportation Master Plan update. And just stopping there, is that reference to that update, is that the reference to the potential widening of the parkways?
Yes, my understanding was the city was undertaking a transportation master plan review, and they wanted to consider that, looking at that as a potential.
Okay. Registrar, can you keep image 1 up and bring up image CIM 9875 period 0002. Great. So this is Appendix B that is referenced in recommendation B. And here there's now two different tables: medium-term options 2 to 5 years and long-term options 6+ years. And just looking at those, there's sheetrock cuts in the medium term. Is that a medium-term option because it's related to a repaving project?
The shield rock cuts?
Yeah.
No, it's not. It's not defined as specifically something like that. No, that would be the easiest time to do it.
But is there a connection between wanting to wait for the next repaving and doing the shield rock cuts?
No, not specifically. No, it's just
okay.
In terms of ease, it would be.
Okay. And then looking at the long term, which is 6+ years, there is provide shoulder bumper strips, medium barrier system on Link, medium barrier system on Red Hill, install end-to-end illumination. So those are all the long-term options. So when I read these two things together, none of these options on the medium term or the long term are going to happen until the outcome of the Transportation Master Plan update. Is that right?
I would read it in the same way, yes.
When was the Transportation Master Plan update expected?
Oh, I can't remember specifically.
Okay.
It might have been underway at that point. I can't remember.
Okay. What is the relationship between having an update on the Transportation Master Plan and completing pavement friction? There's some reason to hold that pending the outcome of the Transportation Master Plan.
Yeah, I don't see one. I don't see a correlation.
Okay. So the effect of identifying pavement friction testing as a medium-term option is that it was going to be preconditional on some other thing happening?
Based on how it's written, yes.
Okay. The title of this Appendix B, and I can say Appendix A as well, is options for consideration. Why is that used rather than recommendations?
Again, that goes back to the previous comments with respect to changing the wording of recommendation versus options. That's why that change is made.
That is at Gary Moore's behest?
Correct.
Was it your understanding that city staff, were going to go back to SEMA to get them to change their language from recommendations to options to consider as well?
I believe so. I believe we had discussions about that, changing the wording from recommendations to options. I believe that was a discussion that was had.
Okay. Do you remember with whom you had that discussion?
With whom? Like within our internal team?
Or external team? You just said discussions were had. I'm just trying to clarify who was involved in those discussions.
From the SEMA side, it was usually on a regular basis. I would talk to Mr. Malone or Pedram. Internally, it was always within our senior management team, our manager, directors.
And so with SEMA, did you think that happened at that meeting at the Civic Center?
Could that have been could that have been the part of the conversation?
Yes, thank you.
It could have been. Again, I guess I don't recall specifically, but it is possible.
Okay. Registrar, you can close this out, and if you could go to OD 7, page 60, paragraph 183, please. So the document that we were just looking at was the version that you sent to Mr. Malone here on November 12th. And you say in the second paragraph of your email, with respect to the reports, we're asking that the wording that states recommendations be changed to options for consideration. You see that?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And you also include an attachment that you've identified short-term options and long-term options. Could the report have a similar layout? And if we could go into that reference, it's CIM 9879. And you include an attachment that is the attachment of the SEMA report itself. Sorry, I see you nodding, but just for the court reporter, yes.
Sorry, are you asking me, Ms. Lawrence?
You were nodding, and I just wasn't sure if you had agreed that the attachment was the link safety report on November 11th, the one that we were just looking at.
The staff report.
The staff report.
Correct.
Okay. SEMA emailed you a revised versions of the 2015 SEMA report and the 2015 SEMA link report on November 20th. And I'm going to call up the SEMA report, which is HAM 702.
Okay, do you mind just repeating that for me? CIM.
HAM 702. And if you could go to page 50, registrar, which I believe is image 58. Let's try 57. So here you'll see that conduct pavement friction testing is still listed as a short-term measure, even though you had asked SEMA to maintain the same format. Were you expecting that SEMA was going to change the timeline that they listed from short-term to medium-term for friction testing?
Is it my expectation that they did?
Yes.
No.
So you had no, go ahead.
Sorry. Their short term still aligns with our medium term, right? The end date, the 5 years.
Would you be surprised to learn that SEMA thought that that's what you wanted and declined to do it?
Sorry, say that again.
Would you be surprised to learn that SEMA thought that's what you wanted for you to change conduct pavement friction testing to medium term from short term, and they declined to do it?
Would I be surprised? No, I wouldn't be surprised.
Do you recall having any discussions with Mr. Malone or anyone else at SEMA about that particular timeline for that particular countermeasure?
Not specifically, no.
Okay, Registrar, you can close this one down and open OD7, page 71, paragraph 222, but you don't need to call it up. So on December 1, Mr. Lupton emailed you and copied Mr. White and Lori Leduc. Ms. Leduc is the legislative coordinator. Is it fair to say her role is to receive reports from staff and then deal with committee members?
Yes.
Mr. Lupton says, can you please connect with Lori to coordinate distribution of the 2 consultant reports for Public Works Committee members after the staff report has been released by clerks? At this point on December 1st, had there been discussions about whether staff were going to append the 2 consultant reports to the staff report?
I believe so. I don't remember specifically. I know there was some discussions. Do we include the reports? Don't we include the reports? And I believe the final outcome was to include the reports.
Okay, we're going to go through a little bit of back and forth on that, but I'm just asking at this early point, and maybe I'll ask a more specific question. Mr. Lupton says, can you coordinate the distribution of the 2 consultant reports to Public Works Committee members after the staff report has been released? And does that mean that city staff was going to provide copies of the consultant reports to Public Works Committee members, but not actually append them as public documents to the staff report?
Yes, I believe that was the intent because they were such large documents. They wanted to provide them separately.
And would the effect of that be that the public couldn't easily access these documents?
I can't really answer that question. I don't.
Okay. You weren't turning your mind to whether they would be made public in the same way that the staff report would be made public?
I was under the assumption that they would be public.
Okay. And you'll see you on the same day, right? In fact, our timing and our OD might be off. You may have sent this before at 6:32. You emailed Ms. Leduc and said, once the December 7th reports have been sent to committee members, can you please circulate the attached to counselors? And you appended the 2 consultant reports. You see that?
Yes.
Registrar, can you go on to the next image, please? And then that night, Mr. Mader emailed you and Ms. Leduc and said, Dave, I have another thought on this today. Sorry, I didn't get back to you yet. Lori, can we please hold off until I reconnect with Dave? Do you recall having discussions with Mr. Mader about the circulation of the consultant reports to Public Works Committee members?
Not specifically, no.
Okay. If you go down to paragraph 226, a couple of days later, on December 3rd, you wrote to Ms. Leduc and Mr. Mader, copying others, and said, in talking with John, we decided to hold off on issuing the to committee. Instead, we will offer the consultant reports to counselors that are interested at the meeting on Monday. So, and am I right then, at this point, your intention was to make hard copies of the reports and circulate them to those who asked for them?
Based on how I read that, yes.
And do you recall why that was the path that you and Mr. Mader landed on?
No, I don't.
Registrar, can you keep this one up but bring up the next image? You'll see it, paragraph 227, Ms. Leduc says, it's noted on page 2 of the report that the copy will be available, so I feel it's best to send it to the counselors in advance. And for instance, I really think them seeing it now instead of at the meeting will get their backs up, so to speak. I'm going to offer them a hard copy if they wish. And Mr. White forwards that email to you and says, Ferg, she is right. John is cautious, but I would rather they have access now between me and you as it's done now. Thanks. Does that assist you with your recollection of the discussions that you had with Mr. Mader about this issue?
No.
Ms. Leduc, in fact, does send copies of the both reports to the ODs as members of City Council. I suspect it's probably Public Works Committee members. And you were okay with that?
Yes, I had no issue with that.
Okay. You say, as you know, I agree. Maybe taking it out of this because you don't have a memory of this. What would have been your practice at that point in 2015 about providing Public Works Committee members with copies of consultant reports in advance of Public Works Committee meetings? Do you have any concern about doing that?
About providing in advance of the meeting?
Yeah.
No, I didn't have any concern. As I mentioned before, that was the process that was identified within the division and engaging the counselors. And I mean, specifically when it came to these 2 reports, I felt the more information sharing was better.
Okay. Turning now to the meeting itself. Registrar, can you turn to paragraph 233 on page 74, please? Oh, thank you. You actually don't need to call that out. You can close that call out. You presented and attended at the Public Works Committee meeting presenting these 2 reports. Do you remember that?
Yes.
During the discussion about these reports, Councillor Marula asked you to reply to public comments questioning the quality of the asphalt used in the construction of the Red Hill. Did you have any heads up in advance of this meeting that Mr. Marula would be asking that question?
No, I did not.
Mr. Marula also asked Mr. Moore, who was also present, to elaborate on the quality of the asphalt. And Mr. Moore replied that the city had used SMA, which is stone mastic asphalt, in the construction of the Red Hill, which is the MTO's top mix for high-speed freeway type roadways. Do you remember Mr. Moore making those statements to Councilor Marula?
Yes, I do.
Did you have any reason to quibble with the accuracy of those statements?
No.
Mr. Moore also informed the Public Works Committee that MTO had performed the initial friction test and had received results at or above what the MTO typically expected from high-grade friction mixes. Was this the first time, or do you remember that?
Yes.
Was this the first time that Mr. Moore had told you that the MTO had performed initial friction testing?
Yeah. Specifically in that meeting, I remember the statements, and to me, that was the first time I had heard that.
When you heard that, what did you understand by initial friction testing?
I remember being surprised because, again, we've done these two studies, 2013, 2015. We identified friction testing in these studies. Mr. Moore was aware of what we were doing and what the recommendations were, and had, my understanding was that it had never been brought forward to provide us with myself or the consultant with information around that.
Did you in fact recall that Mr. Moore had made comments about MTO holding friction testing results close to its best?
I'm sorry, say that again?
Did you recall Mr. Moore making comments that MTO held friction testing close to its best?
Only from the the statements that are there, not overall.
But not sitting in the Public
No.
Works Committee meeting? Okay.
Exactly.
He also informed Public Works Committee that they had performed subsequent testing 5 years after, in approximately 2012 or 2013. Was that something you didn't know before Mr. Moore made that comment?
Correct.
And was it surprising to you?
Yes.
And he said that test finding that the road was holding up exceptionally well. We have no concerns about the surface mix. Did anyone from your staff follow up on those statements that Mr. Moore made with him after this meeting?
Yes, we did. Mr. White had asked me to follow up with Mr. Moore to request a copy of the reports.
How did you contact Mr. Moore to do that follow-up?
I can't remember specifically. I think I had commented that I believed it was an email, but it could have been a phone call. I honestly just don't remember specifically how I contacted him.
Okay, and what was Mr. Moore's response to your request for the results?
We never received a response.
Okay, I mean, if it was a phone call or an email, what was there any? Maybe I'll take it this way. If it was a phone call and you spoke to him, do you recall what his response was?
If it was a phone call, no.
Okay.
I don't remember specifically talking to him. I just know we asked the question.
Okay. So you said you were surprised given that there'd been these two consultant projects. What might SEMA have done with the friction testing results from the MTO and the one that Mr. Moore said had been performed subsequently, if you had had them and been able to provide them to SEMA.
Similar to any type of consultant review, we would have asked them to evaluate and provide a comment or recommendation around whatever was provided within the reports.
Okay. Can you go to public, the Public Works Committee report, which is at chapter OD7, page 75, paragraph 238, please. So this was the outcome of the receipt of the report that we've been looking at. Is that right? PwC accepted the recommendations.
Yes, I believe so.
Thank you, Registry. Can you go 2 pages over to page 77? Actually, can you start on page 76 and over to 77? At paragraph 240, Councillor Lloyd Ferguson, and just stopping there, that's no relation to you?
Correct, no relation.
Councillor Ferguson emailed you and said, can you tell me how you measured 500 vehicles a day traveling at the Red Hill at speeds greater than 140 kilometers an hour? And do you recall that this set off a bit of a back and forth with Councillor Ferguson about speeds on the Red Hill?
Yes, I do.
I asked you this earlier today. Do you recall where the speed data in the 2015 report originated from?
I don't remember specifically. It was practice that we provided data that we had, any speed data or volume data that we had, we would provide to the consultant.
Okay, why don't we go to page 104, paragraph 330, please. Do you recall that Mr. Ferguson just couldn't believe there'd be that many vehicles traveling at that speeds daily?
Yes, I remember seeing it.
And you'll see in paragraph 339, there's some back and forth with SEMA trying to figure out where this data came from. And at 329, Mr. Cooper forwarded a document that it seems Pyramid collected the data and the city forwarded them to us. Pardon me, I think I misspoke. And that's someone from SEMA saying that. Pyramid, is that a speed data collection provider or company?
Yes, they're a traffic count company.
They're a traffic count and speed data?
Yes, they do various types of traffic studies.
Okay. And just going over to the next paragraph, at 330, Mr. Malone responded to you. And if you see the second paragraph on page 105, he said, we did not have any reason to dispute the pyramid data, and frankly, we still don't. And do you recall that the speed data that SEMA used in its 2015 report was actually speed data collected in 2013 for the 2013 report?
Vaguely, I remember it.
And is it, did you agree with Mr. Malone's statement? We do not have any reason to dispute the pyramid data, and frankly, we still don't.
Yes, I do.
Am I correct that pyramid, when it's collecting speed data, sets down a device for a period of time and records every vehicle and the speed they are going?
That's correct.
And in your view, that's an accurate way to assess speed, average speed?
Yes, and that is also essentially the standard that is used in Ontario and the majority of municipalities in Canada.
And you said that pyramid also it does traffic counts. So in collecting the speed data, they're also counting the number of vehicles.
That's correct.
And can they distinguish between types of vehicles by weight or length of vehicle or anything like that?
Yes, they can identify classification of vehicles.
Okay. And did you have an opportunity to use pyramid as a speed data collector after this period of time in 2016 while you were at the city?
Yes, I did.
And was it in respect of the Red Hill?
I believe we did some additional studies on the Red Hill as well as our overall traffic count program.
Over time, was the speed data that SEMA referred to in the 2015 report consistent with speed data on the Red Hill that was obtained later?
I can't remember specifically.
Okay. I can come back to that when we get there. Registrar, can you go to page 70 of this document, paragraph 218, please? Were you involved in the Hamilton Strategic Road Safety Plan?
Yes.
And that plan, among other things, contains statistics for collisions in the city. Is that right?
Yeah, just for, I might be misspeaking here.
In fact, I might be misspeaking. Why don't I try again? The Hamilton Strategic Road Safety Plan is a plan dealing with traffic and road safety in Hamilton. Generally.
Yes.
And it releases reports on a relatively frequent basis, annually or biannually.
I think you may be referring to the police department work.
What I was referring to was sort of annual or biannual collision reports.
So if I can, so we have the Hamilton Strategic Road Safety Committee that was established in, I believe we reestablished it in late 2014, maybe early 2015. If you're asking me to comment what's on the page or on the screen currently.
I am not. No, I'm speaking
okay.
more generally. More generally, the Hamilton Strategic Road Safety Plan and its committee, part of what they do is continue to assess collision rates in the city as a whole. Is that fair?
I would not agree with that statement and part of the statement. Sorry.
That's fine. I was trying to find something I could do in the 2 minutes before you wrap up for the day. But this is I think a longer back and forth. I will address one thing. Registrar, if you can go to 220, please. Paragraph 220 and the next image. Coming out of the Public Works Committee, where those recommendations we've been looking at were accepted, and where one of the recommendations was that the Hamilton Police were going to continue their enforcement mechanisms. Am I correct that the police service proposed increasing the number of patrol officers to assist with speed and other enforcement?
That's correct.
Okay. Great. And with that, it is 4:30, Commissioner, and I'm about to move on to another topic. So I think this is a good time to end for the day.
Okay. So I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
So we would stand adjourned then until tomorrow at 9:30. Is there any need for council to meet in a breakout room this evening, or will you do that sometime tomorrow morning?
I think it would be helpful just to have a brief discussion amongst council about tomorrow's schedule, if the registrar would be willing to do that for us.
Okay. Then we'll otherwise stand adjourned until 9:30 tomorrow morning.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Ferguson.